a 54-month resub. 4 years and 6 months. He says, where did the time go? I honestly don't know, guys. Like, the years just keep going by, and here we are still all together. Like, it's actually really cool when you think about it, right? We all kind of spend our weekends together. It's just the thing that we do now. I love it. Thanks, Annie, for the 99. Let's see if she's here. 2 times 99. Love it. Okay, who else we got in here? Let me scroll back up. We got Amp. Hi, yet it is. Good to see you too. Welcome back, lovely Ellen. Yeah, I'm really excited for this menu today as well. It's really a good, like, some of my favorite summer foods, I would say. So it's gonna be a warm one. Like, I always kind of check the weather during the summer too when I'm planning the stream menu, because you kind of want to eat a certain type of food when it's hot out, right? Nothing too heavy. It's always nice to have like cold and fresh things. If you can grill the meat, which we'll do today just on our little cast iron grill pan on the stovetop, that's always yummy too. And yeah, strawberries and rhubarb are both in season right now. So it just made sense that we had to make some pie. And we're just gonna make some of these little mini pies today. I like making them small for sure because they bake much quicker, and then you don't have to wait a whole hour for it in the oven. So it gets the pie to your face quicker. There you go. Pie. And there's a couple people I think that like pie in here. I love rhubarb too. I'm really excited to process it today. I picked it up last weekend on Saturday from my brother's house. They have a really big bush. So then I will have to also drop off a pie to him tomorrow once they're all cooled off. Bonk. What's everyone's favorite pie? I know Amp said that they didn't like rhubarb, and that's okay too. It's definitely an acquired taste and flavor. You have to like sour things for sure, but then usually it's paired with something sweet, so something like sweet and sour. I mean, I grew up picking it fresh out of the garden with my baba, my mom's mom. I always remember this. I forget if I did it with my other grandma too. And then she'd just bring out each of us like a little bowl of sugar, and then you just peel away the outside of the rhubarb where it's really stringy, and you dip it and you just eat it like that. And that's like, what can we say, like a natural, almost like warhead if you like sour candies. Me oh my. Yeah, we know Bonk's the pie whore. Strawberry, rhubarb, and pecan pie being second. I wonder, I don't know what Sam's second favorite pie is actually, but his is definitely pecan pie. We all know that here. Yet it is, you're the one that requested once upon a time the French silk pie, right? Or was that Amp? I forget. We've made quite a few different pies over the years on stream. And yeah, coconut cream pie. Yum, guys. Yes, lovely Ellen. Rhubarb crumble with custard, because when you pair rhubarb with custard, which is really popular, we can say, in the UK. And yeah, it makes its way over to North America, but you guys are like, have some of the best desserts with custard. But when you pair the sour fruit with something creamy, it cuts through the sour, right? So it really is good at balancing it out. Ugh, his second favorite pie is mincemeat. We should ask him. Rhubarb's like angry celery. That's an interesting way to say it. Yeah, I like that. I've never heard of it described like that. So we linked some couple recipes for you guys today. And then the other thing we're making with the pie, we'll just go through our little Vietnamese lunch that we'll whip up. Really nice and easy. We already marinated the lemongrass chicken yesterday at the end of stream. So that's just chilling in the fridge. We just have to cook it up. I love doing that, especially with something like lemongrass chicken, just so that you get more of the flavor into the meat, and you take a little bit of time, right? It really didn't take long, what, maybe 5 minutes? Mix it all up, put it in the fridge. And now we have one step already saved. And it's also smart to prep your food on the cooler days so that you don't have to work as much in the kitchen on today when it's hotter outside. So thanks. Thanks, past Kate. Yeah, the rhubarb. It's sour about life. I've seen some interesting things. I was talking at the end of yesterday's stream where they call it forced rhubarb. So people have been starting to, like, as the rhubarb pokes out of the ground in the spring, they just put a bucket over it. And apparently it makes it not quite as sour that way, and the stalks stay more tender as well. I've never seen it done, but looks interesting. It doesn't go like as dark. It stays really, really light, almost like yellowish green. Or like celery, I guess, looking. Okay, so to go with our vermicelli bowl, we got our lemongrass marinated chicken, easy. Rice noodles, another easy thing to prep. All we're gonna do is just bring a pot of water to a boil on the stove, but then just turn it off. Because we don't need to boil the rice noodles, we just have to use the warmth of the water it takes. Like when I made this on Wednesday for my clients, this is what I made them for dinner. I think it took about 6 minutes for the noodles to soften rather than it said only 3 on the package. So just keep that in mind. I just kind of did the noodles as I was watching the chicken on the stove and like flipping it on the grill pan. That was super easy. We'll prep all of our yummy fresh veggies ahead of time, and I did go to the farmer's market this morning as well. Made it there like right at 8 a.m. just because parking is crazy around there, and they're also doing some bridge work in the river valley, so it takes a little while to get back home now. Can't go my usual way. But yeah, I got 6 bags of vegetables for $24, which is really good. I was saying to Sam, I don't think that you could get 6 bags of stuff from the regular store anymore for maybe less than $30. So that just makes sense. I'll show you guys everything I got after we keep explaining. So the veggies that I like in the vermicelli bowl, and this is, I'm just kind of going by what I'm usually served when we order it in sometimes because there's a really good place near here. So I do shredded lettuce, some fresh cucumber, carrots. You guys can do bean sprouts. I didn't feel like buying the really big bag and then wasting them if I didn't eat it all. So we'll go with those veggies. But you can always add more or less. Like I had extra bell peppers in my client's fridge, so I just julienned those up too to use them up, and they liked that. Just nice crunchy and fresh veggies, I would say. And then we'll do our homemade nuoc cham sauce, which is like a, what can we say, sweet and sour sort of fish sauce to pour over the whole bowl. I like to do a scallion oil to toss the noodles in so they don't get stuck together. Same thing from my favorite spot. So I'm kind of trying to do a copycat bowl for myself. Annie, what are you doing? 12 more days only? Holy. That's actually really soon though. I mean, at least they let us know ahead of time, right? Thank you so much. Okay, who are we gonna get today? Yesterday we actually got like some people that are regulars, which was so cool. I see a couple names that I recognize. Nice. Hi, Spooky. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, we're at Gorgor. We have a couple left, and then I'll keep explaining just a couple last things for us. Oh, it's just the peanuts, so never mind. We made it. I think we should really do a stream one day still of all these little foods they say in this sub-song. Maybe at the end of the year. Okay, last one. It would be great. I think it would be fun. Why not? All of the things are easy to make. Okay, thank you, Annie. We are completed our sub goal already for the day. And guys, I also didn't change the donation goal because Annie filled that out yesterday for us too. So thanks for paying for our ribeye steaks that we're gonna use tomorrow on stream. Okay, welcome in. We got Steak 76. Nice. Spooky came in to say hi. Welcome, welcome to the kitchen crew. J Kiv, I've seen the name Gorgor the Minotaur before. Howie883, Nescallow, Hank59, KO, Curse Frequently, and G Frere 1. Nice. Hopefully some new people come and find us from that, right? Okay, I'm gonna pop up those recipes. We'll make a little listeroo, and away we go. First thing I think we'll start on is, like usual on Saturdays, we usually start with the dessert. And I think that's just a smart thing, because then while the pies are baking, we can start into our main course. And then also the pies have to cool after they bake, so then during that time we also can do our cooking. And then everything comes together at perfect timing. That's what we try to do, at least here. We've made this strawberry rhubarb pie recipe before on stream. The reason I know this is because if you scroll through Discord, when you search strawberry rhubarb pie, I'm pretty sure I've posted this recipe like 4 times now. Oops. But obviously that's one that we try and make almost every year, which I thought was really funny. And that also says that the recipe is really good, right? If we keep making it over and over. Hi Baker View, welcome. How is your Saturday going? Okay, so let's write down pie. I'll also show you, we can kind of take out the ingredients as we go along. So yesterday we made our pie dough, also at the end of stream. So if you want to go back, you can watch us and how we did it. And this is also a Sally's Baking Addiction recipe, which typically she links it. Yeah, homemade pie crust. So if you just click on that, you'll see what we made, which was a double recipe of hers. So it would potentially make 2 large pies with the tops, right? Whenever you make fruit pie, you typically have a topping on it. You don't just leave it bare like pecan pie. So yeah, we made them into mini crusts just so that it's easier to roll out to fit into the smaller tins. But they seem like not super hard, so I won't take them out for a little bit until we start prepping the filling. And I did find some good berries from the store yesterday. $5 for 2 pounds is the best price I've seen here so far. And then just last week, I just kind of cut down the rhubarb stalks from my brother, wash them up, and then we'll process the rest of the way today. People don't want to scroll back, it's true, but it's nice to be able to always use the search engine at the top right, because then it will always pull up whatever recipe you've made recently. No, you can't, right? You can't post it too many times. So yeah, our crust is already done, which I love to do. All we gotta do is roll it out once our filling is ready. So we'll make our filling. I know that has to cool a bit, and I'm sorry if you're really annoyed by the stomping upstairs. They've seriously been going since 8:15, you guys. It's now the 4th hour, and they just will not stop. So if you hear that, that's what it is. I'm the most zen person you've ever met, I swear to goodness. But I also cannot be. Okay, we'll make our filling, we'll roll out our crust, and then we'll bake them. Let's just see the bake temp and timing. Thought they were moving downstairs. I guess no one's moved out yet. That's the issue, is our building's completely full. Oh, I'm counting down the days, Annie. I'm like, I know it's not gonna be like this forever. So I will just hang in there for this short amount of time. We're almost there. Yeah, it's Canada Day weekend. They don't even celebrate it. Let's just put it that way. Everything's packed and staying packed. We are going to look at our truck when Samo's home and we take a trip to BC real quick with the car. We are going to check out the truck that we're thinking of buying. I'm so dang excited. I'll put it in chat if you guys want to check it out. I don't know which length yet we want, but let's just put the 40. The 40 foot. Basically, it's a semi with the back as an RV compared to like the bus style RVs. Because Sam knows how to drive those types of trucks, so he'll just have to get his license for that, but that's easy. Yeah, length doesn't matter, right? It's true though. Less. Okay, the pies will bake at 400 Fahrenheit. And, well, if you were making a large one, I'm gonna say like around 45 minutes. Maybe even an hour. For these little guys, though, it might be like a 20-25 minute. I usually set a 15-minute timer just to check, make sure the crust isn't getting too dark, stuff like that, and then we can kind of adjust the last few minutes after that. So that's why I like making small pies. Did we say we're looking for an already converted truck? Oh yeah. So that truck is like fully set with solar, generator, like it has everything. A full size like fridge in the kitchen, laundry, bathroom. It is basically an insane house on wheels. So we just thought instead of getting trapped into a mortgage right now because, yeah, the market is just insane and we don't want to get involved in that yet, it's much easier to just buy a vehicle and pay it off that way and live in it if we're going to pay for rent anyways, right? It is so nice. It is so dang nice, guys. Samo's a really good driver as well as me. I know I could definitely be able to get my license and drive it as well. So I think that's a better investment just from what we wanted to do. Because like if you think about how custom we were going to make that truck that we had, which is also quite small, like half the size of that, it would be really hard if down the line we wanted to sell it. That might not ever happen because you might not find the right buyer that wants what we did to it. So it's all about making the big kid decisions and doing what makes sense. Take your time, don't rush into stuff. It'll all work out in the end. Okay, that's our pie, guys, and then it actually says allow the pie to cool for 3 hours. But once again, like a big pie is probably 3 times the size of this. So let's say it only has to cool for 1 hour. Divide it in 3. I mean, it doesn't have to. You could potentially get into the pie and eat it in the small tin, but it's gonna be pretty messy. Just saying, if you can't wait, be prepared. How does the bathroom work? Do you have a septic tank that's just replaced? Oh, you just pump out, yeah. You just treat it like an RV. Yeah, sit there and blow on it. There has been times where I've made, like I think when we were doing food for friends in BC, and I did a big pie bake for Easter or something. I made like 12 pies in one day. We totally cooled them down quicker by just putting a small fan to get some more airflow in the kitchen. It actually worked so good. British Bake Off sheet pan cooling method, that never works. What do they do? Just put a sheet pan upside down to prop it off of the counter? That's my guess. I've never watched the show. That is the nice thing about these, right? Is because you could literally eat the pie out of the tin, no problem, even if it's messy. Oh, just fan it, yeah. Oh, God. They're never going to be able to cut into it. Okay, in between all of that, I think we will start by making the noix cham sauce for the vermicelli bowl. Just so it has time to sit with the flavors together. She said minimum 20 minutes, but always if you can go longer, that's better. Nice, Bonk! You got the spatula! You're rolling over. The green one. That actually looks so good all in a row with your name. I like how you guys notice those little things. It's good to not pass over it. Scoots, you're doing pie too. You're cheating using your leftover egg roll wrappers for handhelds. I almost made hand pies, but then I realized it was just like usually made with puff pastry dough, and I really wanted to make like real pie this weekend, and I wasn't sure how my pie dough would do as like a little hand pie. Maybe if we have an extra piece of dough, maybe we'll try one small hand pie with it and see how it bakes. I think that sounds like a good idea. When's the last time you made pavlova? It's been a while. I think it's actually on my my master food list that I have of things that Sam wants me to make when he's home. So hopefully there's going to be a little bit extra filling, because strawberry rhubarb pie filling on pavlova with other things. Whipped cream. Yes, please. Right? That's smart, Scoots. Yeah, always use up what you already have before making something else. Hi, Blondie. How are you doing, my dude? You'd like to have a 2015 TwitchCon badge, but they actually never made one back then? That's weird. That's weird. It looks like you're hunting down rhubarb. Yeah, I saw it at the market today when I was there. Maybe the same amount as I have was about either $4 or $6 for the bunch to buy. I was like, I'm not paying that. I'd rather pay my brother in a pie than pay for actual rhubarb. I think that he also enjoys that benefit too. Okay, keep going here. Our noix cham, our veggies. So we got our lettuce, cucumber. We'll use the mandolin for the cucumber and the carrots so that they julienne nice and fine. And that is typically what is used at most Vietnamese restaurants, and that's how you get the really nice and even looking veggies. I also was able to get some nice fresh mint from the market today for our bowls. I was so happy. Okay, let's do our scallion oil after the veggies. It doesn't have to sit for a long time. Basically, just slice scallions and let it steep in a little bit of oil to infuse the flavor. And then you just toss your noodles in that after they are cooked and rinsed in cold water. And I find, like, especially if you make a couple portions for yourself to put in the fridge, then the noodles don't go weird. Because, like, if you've ever had vermicelli noodles that you had put in the fridge and then tried to eat the next day that weren't dressed, they kind of go hard and crunchy and weird. But we figured out that the spots do this sort of, like, flavored oil, and then that doesn't happen. Pro tips right there. Yeah, rice noodles, exactly. Tell bro you're sneaking in his backyard. I will. He would be more than happy. Honestly, the bush was like bigger than both of us. We could have got lost in it. Don't even nobody say anything about it. I don't want to hear it. Yesterday was Feral Friday. You lost your chance. Okay. Let's put rice noodles down. That's one of the last things with the grilling of the chicken at the same time. Oh my god, my pen's dying. No, my favorite purple pen. And then lastly, I just picked up out of the bulk section a little bit of roasted, unsalted peanuts, because that is one of my favorite parts of the vermicelli bowl is the crunchy peanuts. And then our mint for garnish. Sweet, guys. That sounds awesome. I don't think I missed anything. I'm just gonna press this one more time. Yeah, we got it all. We are ready to go. You like these? I really like them too, but yeah, it's dying. This is the Pilot G2. It's okay, I think I have more. Alright, starting with the pie filling. First, I'm gonna have a sip of water. That was a lot of talking. Oh, I did have an iced coffee. I was keeping with the Vietnamese theme, and I made like a little Vietnamese iced coffee for myself this morning. Nowhere near as strong as how they make it, but oh, so good. Is it the 0.5 or 0.7? It's the 0.7? I didn't know all these numbers existed. So does that mean it's a finer point or what? I guess, right? 0.7 mil is smaller than 0.5. Yeah. I like that one. It just feels nice, especially as being like a left-handed human. The ink dries really quick out of those, so I never end up smudging with my pinky finger. If you ever get the chance and want to be awake for a full day, try Cuban coffee. Really? I would die. Basically, one Vietnamese coffee has me going anyways. Okay, so since we did double recipe of the pie crust, we're gonna do a double recipe of the filling, which I totally thought we'd have enough. 6 cups of rhubarb sliced for sure in this, and then 5 cups of chopped strawberries. Good to go. So I think we start with chopping that up in the bowl, and then we add our sugars, a little bit of cornstarch, salt. She does orange juice. I typically just do lemon, which is what I already had in the fridge, so that's what we'll do. If you want it a bit sweeter, do the orange. If you like it a bit more tart, which I do, especially with the pie crust to cut through the richness of it, do the lemon juice. And then just a little bit of vanilla. And yeah, the nice thing about this is you don't even have to pre-cook any of the pie filling. So it's not like you cook it and then have to let it cool before you put it in the crust. It'll all just come together itself in the oven, which I so love. Let's get a big bowl out. Just gonna post this to this side. It's made for hummingbirds. What, Cuban coffee? That's what they are living on? You really gotta know or wonder why they are so quick, hey? Okay, so like I said, I already washed this up. We might do a little bit of peeling. We'll see how like dry some of these stalks are, but we tried to pick really nice and tender ones. Usually the pinker it is, the more tender it is. And you saw, like, I tried to break this, and I couldn't even break it. So for sure, I'm gonna do a bit of peeling off some of these. You can almost, like, tell where it has to be peeled. And then, usually it's only, like, off that one side. Usually off of this side. And then I just leave that side. Hey, Jakiv! How are you doing, dude? It's been forever. And welcome back, Island. Good to see you. They came back for us, guys. We didn't scare them away. You should make some cold brew coffee. Yum. That's another one that'll get you going for sure. Be careful. Some people have overdone it in their life. I've heard horror stories. I'm also peeling off some of these weird pieces. Okay, that looks good, I think. This one's peeling a bit too, so I'll just take those off. You could almost like tell what you have to peel off. That's cool. Who said that? I would never say such a thing. Just kidding. Okay, We'll leave that little pile, and then I think I just want to trim the ends where they got a bit dried. Even in the bag, I'll seal that if it got a bit dry. You could see if I hold it up. That's smart, actually. Maybe that would be better for me, too. Just make the cold brew with decaf instead. So you're not, like, literally buzzing to another planet and dimension. You could also tell if the rhubarb's gonna be woody or not by how easy your knife goes through it. This is just sliding through really easy. So we know that we peeled enough off. That's what you're doing with your coffee now, half calf. I should try that. But so far so good with the one coffee I had today. I also haven't had coffee in pretty sure over a week. And I think that's been working good again. I'd really just need to stick to that. But it's hard because it's delicious. Hello, Dave. How's it going, dude? Give us a garden update if you can. I love them. Oh no, I dropped a bunch of rhubarb. One sec. I don't want to step on it later. Just gotta wash my hands. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Thanks for the 51 months in a row. You're planning to make pie too? That's funny. I mean, it is the season, right? It doesn't always come around, so you gotta take advantage of it. Me too. That's why we were like really picky of what stocks we took out, so that it had a lot of nice color to add to the pie. But also these strawberries look really good rather than being like too white and underripe still. But I even noticed yesterday, because I was like snacking before bed, I like to have fruit. I took a look at them because I just bought them yesterday morning. There was already 2 berries that had started to go moldy since I put them in the fridge. So obviously I took them out and like cleaned them and ate them. I was like, wow, they do not last long at all. And we will have to wash these too. So let's get a strainer. I think we gotta do this really big bowl. Has like 6 cups, maybe not actually. Will this other one be okay? Yeah, that should fit it. We're gonna risk it for the biscuit. The other one's kind of overkill. Michael, nice. 6 months in a row. Welcome in, dude. I hope you're doing okay today. Look at how dark that made it. Like blocks all the light out from us. You were late taking a nap due to how the weather is. Oh, rainy. I was thinking that you were gonna say hot, because sometimes that makes people sleep too, right? Getting the June berries from the Gobin farms. Yum. I know how good those are. Your mom's allergic to rhubarb. I've never heard of that happening before to anyone. I'm gonna put the bowl on this side. There we go. And then we're gonna switch our knife to the paring knife. And then just bring our, maybe we'll put our strainer over here. Clean up our berries, and then we'll wash them after they're destemmed. What are you guys doing to that person that's being a troll? Are you guys up to no good? Okay, 6 cups of rhubarb and 5 cups of strawberry. So just kind of eyeball as we're cleaning these up, right? And then we always try to take either the ones that are like basically going bad, overripe, are really good to use for pie. Or just the reddest and ripest ones you got. I'm gonna do a little bit of a touch up on this paring knife. It's getting dull, and I don't want to lose the edge on it. If you struggle to clean up your strawberries with your paring knife, you should probably take care of it. Yeah, even paring knives too. Paring knives need love too, okay? It doesn't take much. You're always up to all of the good. Yeah, I believe you, Scooter. Oh my gosh. That made such a difference. Like, you never know until you do it. So every time I start to struggle with using my paring knife, that really tells you it's probably dull, guys. It's taking you twice as long. Oh, I remember you saying about the bearded dragon, so how's it doing? Annie, thank you for, what did you do? 301 and 301 twice. Are you trying to summon me? She's probably so upset right now. And then as I clean the berries, I'm always trying to leave as much fruit on them as possible, right? So I kind of put the paring knife in and then just twist out the stem instead of cutting straight across. It keeps double donating? What? Is someone hacking your bits? What is going on? Hello, Twitch? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's probably just Mish. And guys, we already kicked off a hype train too. Level 1, 65%. My hand's clean enough. I could grab the little choo-choo. Guys, choo-choo! The train kind of matches all of our red things. That's for you. Okay, let's keep picking through, finding the ones. Ooh, this one is so soft. I might have to cut it in half to do some digging here. I think that was a good idea. This side's okay. I remember when I worked at the restaurant on the island and we would get so many yummy fresh strawberries during the week from the local farms, like so much that we couldn't even use them up in time, them being fresh, so we'd always have to like vacuum pack them and freeze them. I've processed a lot of strawberries in my day, but it is one of my top favorite fruits, so I never complain. Okay, sounds good, Bonk. We'll be here. Hopefully that's your smoke detector getting fixed. Next bit badge, only in that amount of bits. That might be like in a year. Okay, Dave, you're getting the bearded dragon leash trained. Ooh, brother, ooh. At least it's not really like moldy. It just looks like, honestly, maybe a little mousy got to it or something. So that's why we always wash our fruit. Because yes, bugs and little animals, they like the same things that we do. A guy asked you if you were like fattening up the dragon so you could eat it? What the heck is wrong with people? I don't even think they think about the words that come out of their mouth. That's what we call verbal diarrhea, I guess. Okay, that's a good amount of berries, but I don't know if it's enough. Some of these are... Oh, that one still looks pretty good, actually. A little bit white still, but I have another small pack from last week. Let's check it out. I think these ones are all ready to go. Yep. And see how I like packed them in here all facing up? I found that if you do that, they don't go moldy as quick. I've also seen that. I kind of got that trick from seeing how they pack their fancy strawberries in Japan. So I thought I would try it. Okay, we're almost there. Keep loading it up. That one had a bit of mold, so I just trim it off of the outside. You don't have to go too far in. A lot of the times it's just sitting there. Doesn't actually go into the fruit. See these? This is what I say, like when a little animal is nibbling the berry. That's totally what happened. These are from California. Probably just like a little field mouse or something. But definitely clean off those parts. Even birds. Like a lot of people have to cover their berry bushes because of birds will help themselves. It's nice to a certain extent to share with the wildlife, but they can decimate like a whole crop if enough of them find it. So you really gotta watch. Blowjack, I really didn't feel like paying $10 for a small pint of berries. Like I just can't break down and pay that price, sadly. But we are planning to go to BC where it's going to be closer to where they're being grown. So I'm going to get my fill of fruit there. I'm patiently waiting it out. But yeah, like I'm all for supporting farmers, but it has to also be within a reasonable cost to me. Like in my mind, I'd rather save that money and be able to buy more protein for myself that's filling. I don't know, you kind of have to be picky like that now. You got your net up to protect the corn. Yes. Yeah, I know that's a big one. And then what? At the end of the season, usually like the corn farms, yeah, that's when all the birds come through, especially ducks. And they just clean up what was left. Which is a really cool relationship to have with the animals. Okay, that looks pretty close to 5.5 cups. I don't want to use any more of these because they're not quite ripe yet. So we'll just bulk it out with whatever extra rhubarb we have here. Just get rid of this. Okay, gonna wash these up. No smut on your corn. Smut is making a comeback. Or maybe it never went out of style. But all of the book talk girls make me laugh. Misha's probably with her family. Hanging out. That was me knocking the strainer on my water cup, which I will fill up after this. Wash it up. We did a really good cleaning them up of all the gross things. That's why I always clean it first before trimming them or before washing. Because you gotta think, like if you put all the berries in without cleaning the mold and stuff off, it's just gonna touch all the other berries and cross-contaminate them. Okay, we'll let that sit a moment. You're gonna stay. I'll just put it into a bowl so it doesn't leak on the cutting board. And we'll do our rhubarb first while this is draining. There. The Denmark game is in 15 minutes? Yeah, that's definitely what she's getting ready for then. You had rhubarb growing wild in your yard growing up. Remember dipping the stalks in sugar? I told that story at the beginning of stream, LoJack. I was saying I remember doing that when I was young too. That was my intro. I'm glad some of us had the same childhood. That's probably why we're all here together, right? So nice thing about picking the small rhubarb stalks is you don't have to cut them in half or anything. They're good to go like this. So just line them up because they kind of have this natural curve to them. And then we'll just cut across. Like I usually do about 1/2 inch thick pieces, not too small. And then obviously not too large either. It sounded like that song was just playing over and over, so I just switched it. Unless that was just my brain. Oh yeah, this stuff that I taught you. Yeah, they're just like playing the songs over. What is going on here? One sec, guys. I'm just gonna switch the album. Are you feeling okay, iTunes? Is everyone okay here? Yeah, so when I was picking the fresh rhubarb, the leaves are poisonous, and then that's what Annie's talking about, the oxalic acid. So I'll show you this, but I'll wash my hands after. We found out, or I found out and shared, that Barkeeper's Friend is made from the acid of rhubarb. I actually have right now like the screen from the hood fan soaking in the other sink with this. Because I just couldn't get it clean with soapy water at all, no matter how hot I got it. And yeah, I posted that in Discord if you want to search for it and read the article. I think it's just actually from the Barkeeper's Friend website. I was like, that's so crazy. I actually didn't know that. So maybe that's what that weird smell is that it has. Is like not a chemical, but it's actually rhubarb. Or the acid from it. Yeah, you can just find it on the Barkeeper's Friend website if you want to read it. Hi, Tony. Another gourmet feast? I think so. It's going to be a good one. Okay, we'll switch back to this. I just used the bench scraper. You can see how it's staining it. I literally just cleaned my cutting board today. Give me a sec, 'cause I don't want to restain it and have to reseal it. But I think we might have gone too far. I should have cut that on plastic, which we can just do with the rest, just so it doesn't get too bad. Very powerful stuff. Like I'm pretty sure you can make a natural fabric dye from rhubarb. It seriously did laugh at me. It's like, you trying to wipe me off? Good luck. It is the booze board. How did you know? All coffee and no food? Tisk tisk. Oh man! 9 months? We just made a Twitch food baby. What's his name? Rhubarb? Vermicelli? Thank you, LoJack, for being here. It's just a food baby. Don't get too weirded out. It's something we say here. 9 months is monumental. What did you get for food bonk? Let's do those 3 and then those 2 together. Yeah, I'm pretty wired right now from the coffee that I made. It's happening. Samo? Samo's sleeping. Oh, he did apply for the new job today, though. To be an environmental coordinator. So hopefully he's able to hear back. He's been talking with the environmental supervisor for about a month and a half about the posting, so he really wants him to be on that department. That'd be so fun. That's probably like the most fun job on site. Is like getting to respond to wildlife calls, doing water samples, dust samples, any kind of like ground samples to make sure that there's no pollution. Bonk, he did Tex-Mex, chili, ground beef, pinto beans, corn, picante sauce, yum, diced tomatoes, garlic, cumin, spices. You made it yourself? I actually did read that article already. And thank you though. Yeah, I actually was telling Stream about it yesterday. I saw they won another award. Which I said, good one. Okay, now we're gonna just take some berries out, maybe fill up half of the board. It's just easier to bring them beside where you're working instead of going 1, chop, chop, chop. 1, chop, chop, chop. So we'll just try to match the size of the berry to the rhubarb. I think as close as we can. Obviously, the smaller ones are easier. The bigger ones, maybe go like that. And then in half. We can just do that and cut it. By the time it's all baked together, it's just gonna be nice and jammy. So don't stress out too much about getting it even. I'll go one more time. Was it in yam? Yep. I'm pretty sure that's the same one that I seen online. You forgot the green onions too. It happens to the best of us, Bonk. Okay, what is this, honey? Did you read about the drunk guy who broke into a cupcake store in Vancouver? Felt bad about it and offered to pay for the broken door? No! They ended up making a cupcake in his honor with orange shades. Oh my gosh. Leave it to Vancouver. That's actually a really funny story. Good for him though. Actually, like, kind of the same thing happened here. They didn't go all out and like make something about the person. But one of the environmental stores here where you can just like bring a jar and get like laundry powder filled into it from bulk or anything like that, dish soap. They had a guy steal from there and all they did was post on their social media. Be like, if you see this guy or if it's like your husband, just so you know, he stole this. And like the guy came back the next day, returned all this stuff, excuse me, and like apologized. I was like, wow, there is actually like good humans out there still. That's where you saw it. Oh, on the Aussie Man episode? I'm glad our little Canadian news makes it to you guys. That's funny. The cupcakes were called Crime of Passion. The guy's just famous now. Oh my goodness. How good does this look already, though? We are on our way to something great. Okay, we're almost there. This is honestly like one of the hard parts of stream is making the pie filling and the pies. I think lunch will be way easier. Nice. There wasn't too much water on there. The cupcake store is something sweet in the Dunbar neighborhood. That sounds like North Van, maybe? Across the bridge. The closest we're going to Vancouver on our BC trip is Richmond, because we both decided that we wanted to grab some soup dumplings as well as some Hong Kong barbecue from the one spot where we know the owner's there. We haven't been in a few years, so I wonder if they'll still remember us. What the heck? Why didn't that work? The copy pasta. Okay, now I'm starting to imagine the smell of these pies as they're gonna be baking later. My goodness. Sometimes I just cut them in 6 wedges. Like I said, it doesn't really matter, just as long as they're all around the same size. Oh, there's the exclamation mark. I hate when that happens. They're running away. We got so many. You guys got anything fun planned for this weekend? Is the weather nice where you guys are at? It's pretty quiet on the roads today, so that's telling me because the weather's nice, a lot of people went camping. So the city is dead. My favorite. You hate the crest? I mean, you could always do the easy way and just buy it. We know it's not as good, but it works still. Just watching the Euro Cup, Annie. I can't believe that was my first bite of strawberries. I'm doing this. Mmm. My fave. Okay. The hard part is complete. We're just gonna fit everything in here. And I think we did just the right amount of each fruit, too. Honestly, I didn't measure it, but looks right. This is what happens when chefs bake. Don't tell anyone I was a pastry chef. They don't need to know. Okay, what else do we need? We'll need a big spoon, that's for sure, to mix everything else up. And don't let me forget to double this. Okay, 2/3 of a cup of each sugar. Instead of the brown sugar, guys, I'm gonna be crazy and do maple syrup because I think that would be so good. Might actually just bring out all those cup measures. And yeah, if you've never had maple syrup and strawberries together, whew, it's actually really delicious. There's a reason why I do these things. I was talking to my friend in Costa Rica. He moved from Canada, I think a couple years ago now. And he was like trying to ask me about like trying to make extra money there online and stuff. So I told him he should stream his music. I was like, is there one thing that you wish you could have in Costa Rica that you don't get in Canada? And that was his answer, was maple syrup. I thought that was really cute and also accurate. Okay, while I'm over there grabbing the sugar, I need cornstarch as well and some vanilla. Yeah, don't tell anyone, Michael. Okay, sounds good, Annie. That's all good. I know it's the weekend. We all have things to do, but thank you for letting me know. So don't forget the cornstarch, because that's going to make our pie filling not too watery and soupy. Also keeps the crust from soggy. As well, we'll bring the flour over for rolling out our pie crust next. And maybe we can even take a couple of the pie crusts out to start like temping up so that they don't crack on us. Move it over. Doot. Our lemon, how much did they say for either lemon juice or orange juice? Just a tablespoon, so that 1/2 of a lemon should be perfect. There is a little bit of salt in the filling, and there usually is salt inside of baking recipes just to balance out the sweetness. Is there a touch of butter cubes in this? Or do we just put them on top before the crust? Carefully place it in the dish. Dot the pieces of butter on top of the filling. So there's only like a couple tablespoons of butter, and that just adds a little bit of richness to your filling. Okay, let's not forget that either. Sounds so good. There's a reason that we've made this recipe a lot of times. That might be around 4 tablespoons. We'll just take out the crust from the fridge and just put them on the counter back here. Start warming up. It'll work better too if you separate them all than keeping them stacked together. Okay. We need 2/3 of a cup of white sugar and then 2/3 of a cup of either brown sugar or maple syrup. And then as we distribute, I usually just cover the ingredients evenly. We're doubling it, yes. Yeah, that's double for the recipe. Thank you for the reminder and check. I like when you guys ask those questions. Because sometimes you forget, right? Ah! Yum. I'll show you the color of this in a sec. Look at how good that looks. The amber liquid. They already scored, Annie? Holy smokes. Who did? Denmark? Or are you watching the other game? Disallowed. Okay, I'll scrape that out with the spatula. Don't waste any of that. I got a little frogger. Is that from me just drinking a little bit of coffee today? My goodness. Okay. We need half a cup of cornstarch. This is the one that we get in Canada. I don't think that will fit in, so we gotta spoon it out. Try not to get it all over yourself. And so the citrus juice, as well as the sugars and the salt, when they combine together, are gonna make this like nice and saucy, and also moisten the cornstarch so it's not too powdery. You'll see as we mix it. It's magic. Okay, that looks good. Wow, I did that without spilling. Might have just jinxed myself though. I'm proud of myself too. And we'll just spoon that all over as well. Oh, see? You think you're good and then you're not. You barely even have to touch it and it just goes flying. Little taparoo. Got it. See? You know you jinxed yourself. Alright, we'll sprinkle our salt. Half a teaspoon of salt. I will measure this out. Sound effects are always good. Alright, we'll do the lemon last, so it'll make our hands messy. 1 teaspoon of vanilla. Definitely don't skip that. Like, you really need the vanilla to go with the rhubarb. Obviously, it complements the strawberries too. Like, usually I just measure vanilla with my heart. Just like garlic and cheese. Okay, and then we'll juice this. And then I think we're good. Just our little butter nubs. Get those prepped, and then we can start rolling out the crust. And get the oven preheating. That wasn't too bad. If you have kiddos at home, you could always get them to help with the fruits. Getting the strawberries all cleaned and washed. Always a good task for them. Time to empty the pepper. I love how you always say that. It's kind of true though. Alright, big spoon. That spoon had something on it, so I'm just rinsing it. Done with that. Okay, guys, let's give this a mix. It looks so weird until you start mixing it up. But welcome to what real pie filling is. I don't know what kind of stabilizers the store-bought canned fillings have in them. Is it gelatin? I've never really read the ingredient list. But see how the cornstarch just mixes right in? That is perfect. And don't worry about the little bit of juice. We'll include that too as we're filling the pies. And then I was thinking whatever I had extra, I might like sous vide it, vacuum seal it, and then cook it as a pie filling, pasteurized in a bag. Like I said, save it for topping a pavlova or something like that. Okay. Oh yeah, I do have something in the oven. I was re-seasoning the cast iron grill pan that we're gonna use for the chicken. because I had not used it in a long time. And I left the small one at my client's house. This one is huge. It barely even fits on the stovetop. Okay, oven on to, I'm gonna go 410 Fahrenheit because my oven's a little bit cooler. And this we can just put aside now. We'll mix it up one more time before we start filling the crust. But that is good to go. It's just modified food starch as well. So same thing then, pretty much. That's why I've never really found it weird to use the pie filling from the can. It tastes right. It always tastes yummy. I think the cherry one is my favorite. Put our sugar away. And then bring our flour. And I'll also bring the rolling pin back. That's it. Now it's pie assembly time. Cherry pie filling, cherry water, just corn syrup. Oh, they put red 40 in it. I wonder if they do in Canada too. I'm assuming not. So yeah, just one more time. This is the size of our pies. Just little guys. Okay, before we get into the crust, we'll get our couple butter nubs. That is how they get the bright red color. Otherwise, if you've ever made like a fresh cherry pie, it's definitely more of a burgundy, we could say, rather than the bright red that we know as cherry. Maybe we'll also cut this in half because that's quite big. And that's why they say cuts like butter. I'm just gonna make a bunch of butter cubes, whether we use them all or not. I guess we'll see. I am gonna make them pretty small just for our little pies. And I'll probably do like 3 or 4 butter cubes per pie. So we'll have more than enough. Don't worry, I got more butter in the fridge. So I'll just put that to this side for later. And then the other thing I typically do is just put all of the pies, as we put the crusts in the pan, onto a sheet pan, because then it's really easy to put them all in the oven at the same time. So just put that by your working surface. And I think we're good to go, guys. Get a little measuring cup in our flour so that we could keep the board good. Oh, maybe actually we'll use our baking board so that we don't get the wood all sticky and floured, since I just washed my cutting board this morning and did a reseal. That's why I love using this thing, honestly. My baking board. It's getting a bit warm in here. I could feel it already. Yeah, it's 23. So we're already, the heck, a couple degrees hotter than yesterday at this time. Summer, summer, summertime. I'm gonna do a good amount of flour just because it is warm out. I do not want to deal with the dough sticking and tearing. And then really the only other thing I will often use to fill the crust is just my paring knife to trim them up. That's it. And I roll the crust to about a 1/4 inch thick, actually. Quite thin, because I find that this pie dough is almost like a puff pastry. It expands in the oven. It's pretty magical. But you could see all the layers of the fats that we built up yesterday. When we made the dough, you could see the white lard and then the yellow butter. The best of both worlds. To which, that's an interesting username. What's about to happen here? Thank you for the follow. I'm moving that out of the way for now, just so I have more room to roll this out. And so as we roll, the crust shouldn't tear too much around the edge or crack. And that's because we took it out of the fridge a little bit earlier and it wasn't cold. Hi, Wilson. How are you doing today? You are a real human. I think, at least. Twitch is real. They use my emotes. I'm in. You're melting? I was just saying how it's warmer here today than yesterday. But I don't think I'm near even close to the temps that you guys have there. Okay, just a little bit more. And I'm being so gentle because the weight from the marble rolling pin basically does all the hard work for you. Oh, look at some of those butter pieces. The flakes, so that's what makes the dough go puffy. So you gotta think of like how croissants are made. Is the layers of butter within the pastry. And then when you bake it at a higher temp, like 400, that creates steam. Because butter always has a bit of water. And then the steam expands and makes it puff. I was gonna say, it feels like 204, but still 103. That is not cool. I don't know where I was going. I don't know if I can fit. I might roll it out instead of going round, which is, I think, something I've done in the past. Just so that we can get 2 pies, or at least the bottom and top, out of one crust. That would be amazing. But usually the first one is always a tester, let's say, just to see how the crust feels. So pick it up, and then we will gently push it all the way down, because these pie pans are pretty deep. And this is really where the thickness of your crust comes in, because if it's too thick, it will also start to crack. And it will be really hard to get all the way down into the bottom without creating a mess of the pie dough. All the way down into the corner. Nice. And I just usually press the sides in so they stay put. And now we can do the edge. I don't know what kind of edge we want to do today, guys. If we want to do a crimp or just seal it up with a fork. I guess you could let me know. I think the first one will do a crimp. And I honestly was feeling like making lattices yesterday, but I don't think I'm gonna go through that effort. She's a bit warm today. Can you tell? I feel like I'm already sweating. And then I never crumple up the leftover pie dough. I usually just stack it together on the side. Okay, and then I'll put this, it's ready to go, just on the sheet pan beside. So let's try and roll out the next dough closer to like a rectangle. See if we can get 2 crusts out of one. Because if we look at this amount that we put on the edge, we could have probably filled another pie tin. You don't really know until you try it. But look at how nice that rolled out, especially when we floured it up really good like that. That was successful. Get the knife out of the way. Okay. So we'll go longer first. I might try a lattice. We'll see what comes out of this one. Go across that way. Try to keep it round on this end. I like it. That's gonna work good. And then I'll just roll the rest of this side out. The same thickness. And it does help if you feel the crust, because you can feel where some of the areas are thicker still with your hand. I think that's great. I just want to show you what I was thinking. So then that should fill that. Basically the same thing almost, but at least we have this, and then I can come through and cut that and make the lattice for the top if we wanted. It might also be able to fit on top. Huh. Okay, let's see. Always need like about an inch around for overhang is where I typically will cut it. Because you gotta make up for the height of the tin, right? Hi, Trek. How's your weekend? Been lurking while trying to survive the heat. I don't think you're alone in this endeavor. But thank you for coming out of lurk just to say hi. I appreciate it. Everyone's hot this weekend, hey? We're all suffering. Nice. Yeah, that was much more accurate of the amount of dough that we should be using, and then we don't lose too much on the trim. But usually I'll just save up all this trim in a Ziploc bag until I have enough in the freezer. And then I'll do like maybe cinnamon sugar twists, or you could go savory, do some cheesy herb twists just to get the pie dough used up. Do a lot of different things. So usually I find holding the pie dough itself and then trimming, you'll get a more even cut. Do you have basically the same as Wilson then, what he told us for temps? That's so crazy, guys. I mean, what if I look at the thing here? It's not quite as hot inside as I think last weekend was. Tomorrow that might happen though, as the heat keeps building up. It says it's only around maybe 23, 24 Celsius. So what is that? Like 76, 75. Okay, we're just gonna keep that on the side. Keep filling the bottom of the pie tins first. But yeah, you got the humidity, Annie. That's the killer, right? Man, it makes it hard to breathe almost. You've never had rhubarb pie? You're definitely not the only one. I think it's like either something that you knew of growing up with it, and if your family used it, but if not, it's kind of unheard of. What can we say? It's got like a stalk like celery. Have you ever seen it before? At least? I'll show you what it looks like, because if I say it's like a stalk like celery, think of like a sour celery. That's how Bonk described it, and I thought that was really accurate. A sour, like it doesn't really have any sweetness. An earthy sour celery, but somehow pairs so good with strawberry. So the only part that is poisonous on the plant is the leaves. Because, like, I grew up eating it raw, straight out of the garden, just dipped in a bowl of sugar. Fresh. Yeah, angry celery. Thought that was so good. And I think you probably have to live in a certain climate. Like, it really likes cooler weather is where it thrives in. So probably if you live somewhere really hot, that might be why you don't see it as much. But man, it grows like a weed up here in Canada. Like, it's growing in the back alley right now. I can harvest some. And a really good way to have like a natural mulch for your garden. A lot of people use the leaves for that when they harvest it. Just lay it down around your trees and stuff. So it's quite useful to have. Okay, guys, we'll do the next one. This is going so good. Sorry if I'm not like completely in the view. I always forget to look at the camera. I get a bit carried away. Okay, there might be a bit more overhang than we wanted on that one. But we can't always be perfect. It's okay. We'll just trim closer to that side. And then stack that back on the next one. We'll do the flowery side so it doesn't stick. Yeah, it won't make it there probably in the southern states. So I know it grows really good in a lot of the Scandinavian countries as well in Europe. Get in there. Get your butt in that pie tin. There we go. Has anyone in here heard the Barbara Rhubarb song that was going around maybe like a month ago? It's a German song. If you haven't, you should go listen to it. It's pretty catchy. Makes you giggle like that. I was just thinking of listening to it. Barbara Rhubarb. Okay, trim it up. When the edge is really small like this, I don't worry too much. Just don't want too much excess, because then if you leave that, I'm gonna say it'll probably burn. Or just get really crispy and dark. Nice. You ordered a traditional razor and shaving lotion and it just arrived. It's lavender scent. Very cool. Is that from France? That's my assumption. They're pretty serious about their lavender and shaving there. From LA Shaving Company. I mean, it was worth a guess. That's cool. Have you ever shaved like that before? It always looks scary. No? So you're like picking up a new hobby then. I like it. Once again, you never know if you don't try. But you're saying like a straight razor, right? Go, go, go. So this is gonna be pie number 4. We're doing good, guys. Oh, what? I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't know if I know what you're talking about. It's wanting to stick, so I'm just gonna flip it over and give it a good flour. It's trying to cause problems. We say no way. I wonder how many pies I've made over the years. I would say a lot now. The tally's getting up there, guys. You use the horsehair to spread the lather on your skin. Okay, this makes more sense. We're almost getting to making some lunch, Michael. We're getting there, dude. The nice thing is that lunch is quite easy to prepare. That's why I planned it for today. This reminds me of how like a big butter tart would look if we didn't fix up the crust at all. That's usually how they bake the butter tarts here. Is you just leave it crimped kind of like that. Gotta slide this over a bit. We didn't have enough. Okay, we're all evened up. Number 4. I'm gonna stop at 6 regardless. We still need enough to top the pies. I might actually stop at 5. Maybe not. We can probably do 6. Because we got all these actually here for toppers. So 6 mini pies. And then we might still have some dough left over too. We need a little more flour. That 1/4 cup is already gone. You can see how much the fat absorbs as we roll it out. Turn this since it's already kind of shaped that way. Ooh, that one's cracking a little bit. That's okay though. Nameno Gimmick. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Name no gimmick? Maybe. Name no gimmick. Thanks, Annie. It's funny how our brains perceive the usernames, right? Usually I get them pretty good on the first try. But maybe I read it too quickly. Name it no gimmick. It's Irish. Torino. You always get me. All eyes on me. Okay, I don't have room anymore for the rolling pin. Ah! I'm gonna move the flour bin off. And I'll show you this real quick. We're doing it, everyone. It's raining hard in Dortmund. Na Minang, I'm Mick. Shh. Quiet. Quiet now. Are we pre-baking them? No. I believe not, at least. I mean, let's check out the recipe. But I'm pretty sure when I read it through, she just said to fill the tins, put the filling in, and obviously top it. We had to go farther down. So we don't want to poke a hole if your crust is not down in the corner enough. You got to think of, like, when we first fill the pie with the fruit, it's hard still because it's not cooked, so you could easily poke a hole through the crust. Yeah, that's the question. Are we supposed to get pre-baked? We're unsure of what exactly is being asked here. Okay, one more. Uno más. Which one do I want to take? I think this one. That's amazing. Yeah, the arguments that people have when they've had a couple drinks, they will die on that hill. There's no reasoning with that brain. Yeah, that's true, right? He's smart enough to just sit back and watch and laugh. You don't step in. Free entertainment. And the oven just beeped too, that's what I heard, right? So we're actually doing really good for timings. I will never put the pie in the oven early. We'll always wait to hear it bake, because pie crust is quite finicky actually to bake. If you try to do it at a cooler temperature, like, all of the fats can come out. It would really affect it. Okay, a little bit more down here. Ah! Don't stick. See how nice this crust is, though? You can be quite aggressive with it. It does not fall apart. Okay. Last one. It's still sticking on me. Pal, you can relate. I'm sure we all have a story like that, hey? Gotta trim this edge up a little bit. They had a pie off the next day to, like, prove their points. That's my kind of argument, really. Like, everyone benefits. Oh, the laughing from the sidelines, pal. Hey, are you saying about being here? I mean, I do provide entertainment of different forms. If you can't laugh at yourself, then what are you really doing, right? Like yesterday, 15 minutes into stream, my mic pack dies. Like, yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, world. The pie crust, you could see it's getting warm. She's getting floppy. That was the first holiday you didn't leave your grandparents' house for 2 days because you had such a bad stomach ache from eating pie. So they didn't want to send you home because your parents would be like, what did you do? Just let him eat pie all weekend? And obviously we know the answer. Okay. So next task, I think we're safe. Okay, I'm gonna move the rolling pin for a sec because we are filling the pies up next. Just so I can move this board and not get the sheet pan all dirty. Move it over everything that's over here. That's why I love doing a lot of the messy flour stuff on that board, because you could just take it away if you need to work on something else. Is this a clip from our channel? Oh no. Dilly bread? Yes! How quickly we forget. Pal. Look, you made me blush a little bit already. Okay, I'm gonna turn this way. Open it up. Holy, look at how much liquid came out of that as it was sitting there. That is crazy. Remember when I said we'll stir it up one more time? That's why we put half a cup of cornstarch in. And then that's also what I was saying, the magic of the salt and sugar and lemon will like bring all of the juices out. 4 years ago. That's something that we can call a blast from the past, I think. Okay, roll out the dough. Carefully place the dough. Tuck it in with your fingers, making sure it's smooth. And then we spoon the filling into the crust, leaving all of the excess liquid in the bowl. We don't put it in. Well, I'm not gonna throw it out. I'm gonna turn that, like, if we cook that in a pot, that'll turn into a strawberry rhubarb sort of syrup sauce situation. Yeah, we're not throwing that in the garbage, but we'll switch to a slotted spoon. That sounds crazy. Usually what I do is just use the slotted spoon to distribute all the fruit evenly and then pour the rest over. We'll see how it looks. We can make a guesstimated decision. It's okay. Oh, just add some cream. I do have some whipping cream that I need to use up. So that might happen. Don't put it all in. I wouldn't put it all, but just like a little bit of filling. But here's the thing, guys. With the fresh fruit compared to frozen, there's a lot of water, as we can see in here already. So you really risk the crust and everything getting too soggy. And then here's the other thing about fresh fruit is usually I overfill it a bit so it's just a little bit domed, because as it bakes, it's gonna cook down. And then sometimes your crust will like implode on itself if you don't put enough fruit at the beginning. Yeah, we're definitely not going to waste that. Or maybe I will. We'll see how much we fill up here. I'll probably end up getting the sous vide out. We maybe even can do it today. I mean, worst day to have a hot tub on the counter when it's already hot out. But it's gotta get done. The sous vide is still better to have than to have the oven on or the stove top on. It doesn't create too much heat compared to those other appliances. That's the price of the yums, exactly. But we only get this season once a year, so I always try to enjoy it the best that we can. I think we need a little bit more over here. It looked empty. That strawberry wedge was causing issues. There we go. Let's just turn this so we don't leak juices over the crust. I mean, not a bad thing, I don't think. Because, yeah, it looks milky now, all the juices, but that's from the cornstarch. So you got to think of, like, when we use cornstarch as a slurry to thicken sauces, it makes them clear. So when we cook this, it's going to clarify and go a really nice, like, pinky red color. I think that will be good, Trek. Turn that into, like, a mocktail. Strawberry rhubarb lemonade variation with some mint. Last weekend on stream, we did... What did we do? Strawberry basil lemonade we did from scratch. That was so refreshing on the really hot day once again. And then I was also thinking, because I got a big watermelon this week, maybe do a type of watermelon lemonade when Samo's home. Or even just like blending up watermelon and making watermelon juice is really, really good in the summer. It helps keep you so cool. Like, watermelon is magical. Watermelon. Okay, I'm not gonna have that much left. I think we're able to distribute this, but you know what I'm gonna do to make our life easy is bring back the bowl and the strainer where we originally strained the berries from washing them. I'm gonna do this to get the last little separation. Because you gotta think, all of the vanilla is inside that liquid too. We really don't want to waste it. I wish we could still get watermelon that had seeds in it. I'd have to go to a farm probably. But I haven't seen anyone with watermelon. Probably a bit too early here. Okay, now we'll just distribute 6 little spoonfuls around. These are gonna be piled high. It's actually kind of crazy. Hopefully it just bakes down and doesn't bake over. But does anyone really complain about too much fruit in a pie? I've never heard of that. Awesome. Yeah, that's almost like 2 cups worth of stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna press this out a little bit with my hands to even it back out before we top them. Once again, we have to be careful when we put the top on so that the fruit doesn't poke a hole. If there's too much in one, you could also take it out. This one's really piled. Man, this is gonna be so good. Okay. Actually, next thing, remember, we took the time to do this. Our butter nubs. Wait, you're saying you were, when you mowed your grandpa's lawn, you were eating watermelon at the same time and then it seeded itself? That's actually really funny. I'm gonna do 3 butter nubs per pie. And that should be a lot because there's already butter in the crust. Yeah, you definitely know if the watermelon starts sprouting up. Just pick it out. You're loving it, Annie? I'm pretty sure if I ever started a pie business, I would be wildly successful. It's like my one calling in life for sure. Those look so perfect. To go the easy route, we could just cover these if we made a crumble, right? And do it that way. So now I'm gonna put them back over on this side and we'll top them one by one back on the baking board that we had here, all messy. And so what we will also need is just a little container of water to dip our finger in so that we can moisten the crust and it will stick together. I just usually put it at the top of the board out of the way so we don't knock it over. I might do a couple lattices, maybe half. Because, yeah, I still have 3 doughs back here. I'm gonna sneak those into the fridge though because they are getting soft. I don't want to make too much of a mess. But I also wanted to see if what we prepped here would be enough to cover. And oh my gosh, it is. So that it worked so good then, how we did our sizing. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do before we go full commitment mode is first we have to moisten. And then because of the fresh fruit, I'm just gonna cut out our little vent first before we put it on. Put your glue on. These pie tins don't have a huge lip on them. Lattice, find out. Thank you very much for that, Annie. And now we always do our vent so that you don't explode the crust as the steam builds up. I noticed I have a little hole there. That's okay. And then we try to press that super tight. Once again, don't push the fruit through the crust. Gently pressing around to even it out. And then usually I trim first now, and then we can fork after. Or should I say crimp? We're gonna come closer for this now. Glue with the leftover fruit goo. I was thinking that, but I thought maybe because of the sugar, it would get messy pretty quick. And I don't like the feeling of when my hands are too sticky. So we just press around the edge gently to seal it up. What the heck are they doing up there? Sometimes I just pretend like I live under a zoo. It's like, oh, the animals are just having playtime upstairs again. It's okay. There we go, guys. First one. And she does say to egg wash it. I typically don't egg wash my crusts and they still turn out good. So we can probably say like up to you. Kids are kind of zoo animals if you let them be that way. So just do a test fit first before we're like, yeah, it's good to go. Because we might have to roll it out a bit more. Some people get really fancy with their vents on their pie dough, but I think it looks good, just traditional. Our little diamond that we make. Oh, I could definitely have a dog in here and it would be quieter than what happens above us. It's tempting, for sure. It's very tempting. Literally, yeah, having a Great Dane. They're actually amazing dogs for apartments because they aren't super rambunctious. They love to just chill and be with you. We go around. Two St. Bernards. I can't even imagine the hair and all the floof. Yeah. And then I just kind of go like this with my palms to even up the edge after we crimp it up. Those are looking so good. This one looks kind of small. It is. So maybe we'll try and save that for a lattice. Same with this one, maybe. Okay, we're committed. What about this one, though? That one's too small, too. I think we have enough to do a lattice. I'm gonna grab for this the pizza cutter. And guys, I haven't done lattice in forever. So please excuse me if I'm a bit slow at this. But we should definitely practice, I think. But yeah, for this, it'll be easier just to use the pizza cutter. Let me just give it a rinse. To go right through the dough. If you wanted to do fancy, you could do like the variegated style, let's say. Okay, so typically, oh yeah, those are getting soft. Lattice is around like, what, 1/2 inch? 3/4 inch thick. These are pretty small pies. So we don't have to go too wide. And then hopefully these different lengths, we'll take that one out. We'll be able to stretch over. Can I move those over now? Sweet. We can still slide it over. Let's prep our lattices. Just so that we can grab them and keep going. Just gonna trim those. And then even that back up on the side a bit. Ah! My roller's a bit wet, if you couldn't tell. That was kind of cool though what happened. I don't think we'll need this small one. Oh, they had rain delay. Oh man, throwing it back for me. Amount of times I've played soccer in the pouring rain. Come hither. Okay, one more. If we have extras, that's okay too. At least we'll have a bunch of pieces to choose from. Because this never gets wasted, this pile of extra dough. It's way too good. Looks like a dough beard, totally. Alright. We have a lot of different pieces to choose from. We got this here. So first step, once again, is just to moisten the edge first. That's also why I prepped all of these, so that we can wet our hands and it's not gonna get too sticky. Don't know whether to celebrate or cry, bonk. Launch for tomorrow slipped? 24 hours? Go and enjoy yourself tonight? But then you miss out. Oh, do you guys have a weekend here, or you're just saying that was gonna be your overtime? Okay, so the longest pieces always go in the middle. These are gonna be quite wide. And then obviously we taper to the smaller ones near the end. And we always want to like be able to peek through, so that one might be too short to even use. I was thinking 3x3 only. We can stretch it out a bit. I think that's gonna be good. Let's try this. Work on the second day of rest is double overtime. Nutso. Okay, so crimp that there. Just to get it held on. And then, how's this piece to go over here? I think that will be good. So we're first gonna do this. Let's go boop. Boop. And that's why we kind of attached it. So it doesn't just fall off. Know what else we should probably do is a little bit of water so that doesn't slide. It's all coming back, guys. And then the next one, you just go boop. Obviously, sound effects are always helpful. Moisten those two where you're gonna put it. Give it a little press. Wow, latticing a small pie is way heckin' easier than doing a big one. Thanks for talking me into it, my wonderful people. And then don't forget to do that for the last couple. Alright, I'm gonna do, for this one, we're gonna crimp all the lattice down first, and then trim afterwards. Are we making friends in chat that we didn't even know? Even better friends than before? I love when that happens. Yeah, Bonk has a really cool job. I'm always like happy that he's able to share that with us. So don't ruin it, guys. Yeah, leave it to the men in chat to compare rocket sizes. We all thought we were cool. I think we are still cool. Just a different version. Okay, that took like a little bit longer than doing the regular crust, but not that much more. Like I said, doing a smaller lattice crust, holy smokes. That was way easier than doing a big pie. This is looking amazing. This is looking so good. Hi, Walter Melon. How are you doing? We're playing around today. I'll show you where we're at. We got 3 left. I'm trying not to dilly-dally too much because, like, the oven's ready. And we're already been doing this for almost 2 hours. I know we did a pretty long explanation and chats at the beginning of stream, so maybe we're at 1.5 hours so far. Which not too bad. Just gotta do some vermicelli noodles and grill some chicken still. Pretty much it. Prep some veggies. Variety pies. Yeah, we're going all out. Okay, and now I'll turn this so that we know what we're working with. What did I do? I started with 2 flipped up last time. And then before we put the next one, we always wet where we're gonna attach it. How's this length looking? Some of these are getting a little short. But that's okay, I got more crust in the fridge. We're just trying to use up what we had extra. I mean, it kind of tore, but it's gonna get covered anyway, so I'm not gonna freak out about it. Cover it up. Who's gonna know? Literally no one. Next ones. We need a longer one. Guys, we got some cool people in chat. Did I put that so far over? Whatever. It's still gonna look good. Okay, last ones. Now that we did one, look at how fast we're going. Professionals. Seal it up. And give it a press. Sometimes it's a bit crooked, but if someone wants to complain about that, then they probably don't deserve to eat your pie. That's actually one thing, Bonk, that Sam was going to ask you because he really wants to see a launch when we do our little states road trip. I said to just ask you and see what the best like location and stuff is going to be. 'Cause we don't get that kind of stuff up here in Canada. Okay, now we just turn it around to even it out with our palms. Oh, it looks really nice still. Angry Rook, hello. How's it going? Alright, what do I have here for lattice left? I mean, all we do need is 5 pieces, so let's try and use up these last ones that I have here. And then we'll just have to roll out 1 small crust to finish. Now you guys can see why homemade pies cost so much. I'm pretty sure the girl online that I follow She does pie pop-ups and stuff in farmers markets sometimes. I think this size pie she sells for like $12 or something, which I totally appreciate. Don't undersell the amount of labor that it takes. Is this gonna be enough? Ugh, the perfect 90-degree of lattice. Thank you, Walter Mellon. It's hard to strive for perfection. You saw rhubarb at the farmer's market and you started to remember your mom's pies. It's one of my faves for sure. It's probably why I make it. Actually, let's turn this now. We'll do a long one this way. Okay, now we're kind of prepped. We have set the stage. Oh, I really sealed that. Okay, let's try and go a bit closer to this edge this time to start. I might have to trim this and like attach it to this other one. Just so that we have enough. And that is actually the nice thing about pie crust, is it's quite easy to work with. Give that all a press. Nice, so we only, yeah, we got 3 and 3. We really committed today. I guess you could always, if you're feeling like making the pie... I gotta move this up a bit. You could try out this recipe. Like, this is the closest thing for me that reminds me of, like, my mom's pie and my grandma's pie always. And that always is so unfortunate, is when those recipes, like, they fall away into the past when those people are gone. Oh no, that's the one I sewed together. Don't go crazy on it, Kate. Last two. This one looks kind of messy. But once again, do we care? Not really. It's still gonna be delicious. Do a little bit more to get that attached. That kind of looks cool like that. Almost like a ninja star or something pie. Choo, choo, choo. Gotta watch out, man. This pie's a weapon. This one, yeah, there's always like one pie that's ugly, right? Because you're using up all of the extra dough. The chef snack. Because for some reason, the chefs always eat the ugly ones, and then we always give away the most beautiful things. Gotta satisfy the ego, right? Have people go, wow, that's the nicest pie I've ever seen. But little do they know you ate the ugly ones. Okay, we got one naked pie. One naked one still. Hi, Stuxoid, you're the ugly pie? But ugly pies still need love too. That's what I always say. They taste just the same. Exactly, Scoots. So I say they'll either appreciate your effort or they won't. And we know what to do if they don't. TOS, yet it is. We're spilling the beans. The chef's secrets. It's kind of sticky. Flip it over. Let's work on this end. But hey, at least I taught you guys 2 different ways to top a pie. We could have even done 3. We could have done 2 regular topped, 2 lattice, and then 2 of the like oat crumble top is always yummy. Those are all the variations of strawberry rhubarb pie that I've seen. So we definitely rolled way more than we need. Instead of trimming it first, I might just trim off this one side so it's easier to lift. But let's get our glue onto there. Waiting for someone like new to come in and be like, you put glue on your pie? It's just water. If you want to be fancy, I guess you could do egg wash. Oh, don't forget to do our little vent hole first, but always do the test fit. Hello, Chef Samurai. Feel like it's been a while since we've seen you around. So far, so good here. We're just finishing up our last pie for the day, and then they get to go in the oven. Oh, that almost looks like a little heart. That would look so cute. But very like girly if you did the heart. You could totally do that though. If you were good, let's say at making paper snowflakes, you'd be really good at working with pie dough vents and get creative. That's right, Bonk. Yeah. You sell the really nice pies for additional money. Because who's gonna know? No one's gonna know. Alright, finally. We made it. Very much worth all the effort, though. Let's just say that. I must be in love with cooking. Yeah, if we put the heart on there. Man, those look fantastic. Zoom it out. My very fiery hands. Success. Wow. Let's get these in the oven. I'm gonna move the one rack because nothing's really in the center. I just gotta wash my hands a sec. I don't want to put flour everywhere. But your rack should definitely be in the center of the oven when you're baking pies. You don't want to go too close to either of the elements because you risk the crust getting browned too quickly. We don't want that to happen. Now everyone wants a heart on their pie. Really smart to do for Valentine's Day. But strawberries and rhubarb aren't really in season then. Or raspberries. Woohoo! Hardest part of the stream, at least for me. Look at me. I really got pied up here. We completed it though. I'm just gonna do a quick cleanup on the side. And everyone that lives in a hot area, have a sip of water, because it's been a while. Holy, she's a warm one. Thanks for shouting out Walter Melon. Are you streaming today, dude? Okay, let me deal with this paring knife first. We'll put the flour away. We'll pack up the extra pie dough into a bag. I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna bake it off later today. I might just put it in the freezer for now. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, yesterday I baked off the rest of the meatball mix from the Italian wedding soup. Just in like bigger meatballs roasted in a pan. Holy shit, I couldn't stop eating them last night. It was like perfectly spicy and cheesy. But it was also like 9:30 at night. So not the best thing to eat at that time, but wow. I was like, I just gotta put these away. I won't stop eating them. Ah, there's a fruit fly. Those are not allowed in my house. Don't even at me about killing flies in a kitchen. I have one of the best standing records. Death to that. I even have the little trap with apple cider vinegar, but I haven't caught any yet. It's like they know to avoid it now. Packing up the rest of our little butter nubs that we created here. I kind of made a mess. There's like flour on the fridge handle door. Okay, I'll return with a Ziploc. I am so excited to eat pie later. Yes. Please. You're making brownies while you had an outbreak of cluster flies after only 5 minutes. Oh, it was in the eggs. Yeah, like they're just dumb, right? They'll just dive bomb right into the food. Don't even care about the consequences. Now that's commitment, man. Take this away. But look at how much that helps keep the rest of the area clean so that we can kind of just carry on other than wiping a little bit of flour. They're both sneaky and dumb. Or yeah, just dumb. Like, just dumb. I was thinking maybe that's when they already kind of know they're at the end of their life. So they're just going right for the food to like put their eggs. I don't know. Otherwise, I call them fly spies, because I just imagine them as little drones spying on us, seeing what we're all up to in our homes. Fly spies, man. Don't trust them. That's why they gotta die. Walter, they don't have a lot of space for cognitive reasoning. Straight up fat. Oh man. Okay, next one. We will take our lemongrass chicken out of the fridge so it can start to temp up when it's time to cook it soon. Just get this all packed. I have another bag like this in the freezer already, so I was thinking I'll just combine them together. And then I'll have one full pan of pie scrap to do stuff with. Yeah, right? That's what I imagine. They're like piloted by someone in a bunker. Totally bonk. You know exactly what I mean. Of course I'm weird like that. What else did you guys think? Okay, this flower's bugging me too. I don't think you guys can see it, but I can. Chicken! Hi, Lauren. How's your day going? What are you and Luna getting up to? Just put that by the oven. And then, obviously, if you have, like, a gas or wood grill or charcoal grill, that's the best option. But this is what we're gonna use today. This is a big cast iron grill pan from Lodge. That's all seasoned up, so that is what we're gonna grill our chicken on today. Because I don't feel like having someone call the fire department on me. How long has it been marinating? That was the last thing we did on stream yesterday, which ended around 4 p.m. So we are almost at 24 hours. So that's gonna be delicious. Life is a lot lately. You just had ramen and pho with your dad. Cute. I'm happy that you get to do that. I know, I get to see Samo soon. On Wednesday. And he gets to take the 737 from site. So it's gonna be a nice quick flight, I guess. They do still have to stop over in Yellowknife and let some people off that live there. But I don't think they have to refuel. It's just open the door, go, and then they're gone again. Okay, Vietnamese noodles with lemongrass chicken, also known as bun ga nuong, is one of this person's signature dishes, and it is one of my favorite recipe sites for Asian food, Recipe Tin Eats. Definitely check it out. I often go there to find recipes first. And obviously, if she doesn't have it, then I'll go elsewhere. So, vermicelli rice noodles, which I should go get. Fresh veggies and herbs. Lemongrass marinated chicken, which I showed you. And then drizzled with what we're going to start making right now is a sauce called nuoc sham. So it's like a sweet and sour and salty fish sauce that goes really good with everything. And it doesn't taste fishy, I would say. There's like more of a fishy sort of aroma, but then when you eat it, you don't taste it at all. It just kind of turns into this wonderful umami flavor when you mix it with everything else. She says, easy enough for midweek meals. A sensational cheap meal idea for large groups, for sure. Like, I got the 2 packs of rice noodles on sale for $5, which is like 8 portions of noodles for $5, and then the whole pack of chicken was like $13. So I almost spent on just the chicken and rice noodle what I would spend on one portion for myself from the place that we get here is called Fucking. I love it so much. They do so well, though. It's seriously the best. Frank, you mentioned how great strawberry rhubarb combo is here the other day. I think it was last weekend because I picked the rhubarb from my bro's house and told him I was gonna make pie. Okay, scrolling down. Yeah, Southeast Asian foods. They always have this combo of salty, which they often just use fish sauce to season there. They don't often just have salt like we do here. Sweet, sour, bitter, and umami. That's what we're looking for. And some people consider like spice part of that too. Yeah, Vonk says it as I say it. all of those things together, because you have to think about where they live in the world. It's quite warm all of the time. So these types of things are going to help cool you off. So our Ngoc Sham Vietnamese sauce, need a 1/4 cup of fish sauce, some rice vinegar, as well as white sugar. So I was just thinking of using like my sweetened mirin, because we still add lime juice for more acid. There's water in there to mix it all together, especially if you do use the white sugar. It will help dissolve it instead of staying granular. I didn't put the garlic cloves in the Ngoc Sham when I made it, because I find it can be a bit overpowering. We put a lot of garlic in with the marinade yesterday, like over double of what they called for the chicken. So I'm gonna leave the fresh garlic out just so it doesn't overpower everything else. That's up to you guys. Okay, let me get a couple of these things as well as the noodles, and then we'll get started. Yeah, the fresh herbs too. I know I haven't even shown you guys my farmer's market finds today. Everything looks so amazing. Get this container for the sauce. Maybe get a little whisk to bring it together. Need our rice noodles. Our mirin. We got our fish sauce in the fridge and the lime. I think that's it. I'll bring the peanuts as well while I'm over here for our garnish. Just gotta chop those up later. No garlic. Guys, please. You should have seen me on stream yesterday. Everyone's like puns that they were trying to say were going over my head, and I was getting so frustrated. I was like, that's enough. All of you are banned for the rest of the weekend. Oh, I also did actually sneak in, instead of the fresh bird's eye chili, I'll do this for you guys. Some of the chili garlic sauce, because I found it really balanced out the fish sauce flavor. Come hither. It lives top shelf, but back of the fridge. Ugh, my back just cracked as I bent down. The best. Sweet garlic pepper flavor. Your neighbor's in their bathroom blasting No Scrubs. I'm totally that neighbor. I will blast. Okay, so I won't actually blast it. I'll blast it in my headphones and then just sing as loud as I want. That's how I get back at them. Yeah, I'm totally a great singer. But at least then they just think I'm a crazy person singing and they don't have to complain about the loud music. That's me being polite. Okay, 1/4 cup of this fish sauce. Oh, we gotta use this other one, I think. We're all out of cup measures. She's very much singing along. Well, you gotta if you're gonna blast it. Okay, I just gotta do half of this half cup. And don't go crazy as you're pouring this, because it will like splash back at you and then everything will smell fishy. Unfortunately, this is definitely one of the things, condiments, that we use that you do not want to spill all over your kitchen. Okay, we also need half cup of water, so I'll just do that now. I did find that I added, I think, double the amount of water that she did, just as I was tasting it for seasoning. So if you feel like you need more, go for it. I just diluted it until it tasted all nicely balanced. Next one. So 4 tablespoons of rice vin as well as 2 tablespoons of white sugar. This is rice vinegar that is sweetened. Was thinking to balance it out, we'll just put a little bit more lime if it's too sweet. Okay, first though, that's 15 minutes on the pies already. That's how fast time goes by. Oh yeah, they're looking really good. It's just starting to puff up. So I would say for sure another 10 minutes, maybe even more. But we'll play it safe. Nice, yeah, homemade iced tea is so good. So what am I thinking here? Like 1, oh, it splashed, 2, 3. I think I'm gonna just do 4 of that. We'll go in the middle and do 5 instead of 6. You could always add more. Anything else I really have to measure? I'm not gonna measure the lime. So we'll just keep that in there and we'll just use that to stir since it's already dirty. Get this other side opened up. AI auto mods. Eventually that'll probably happen, hey? I don't even know. I can barely keep up. Okay, after this, before we start the veggies, we'll get our medium pot of water filled and we'll just bring it up to a boil and then turn it off so it stays hot. I'm gonna do this other small half of lime for sure. And that way we have our pot ready for the rice noodles that we can work on while the chicken's grilling, because I think it took me about 15 or so minutes to grill all the chicken up. Couple different batches. The best smell. What is happening in chat? I missed it. No more tea for you? Yeah, Wilson, I just had a coffee today for the first time in I think over a week. Let it coon. Okay. Yeah, we don't use that word often, but I know it's not the best one. Okay, first, do a little dribble of this and then we'll taste it, see how we feel. I'm gonna go start with that. Then you have some nice little chili and garlic chunks in your sauce. I believe it, Wilson. Yeah, I've been battling caffeine too, and sometimes the headache that I would get from it, whoa. Okay, yeah. That's quite strong still, like I was saying. Which is why I added more water before. I'm also gonna add more of this flavor too. If it tastes fishy, add more water. Like I said, it shouldn't taste fishy. It should just taste balanced with all of the flavors that you added. Sweet, salty, a little sour. Let's mix that and try it again. Hopefully it's good. And then it will taste better as we let this sit together while we're prepping the rest of the dish. That's got a kick of flavor to it, but I think that's really good. A bit stronger than what I'm used to. But I like that because that way it'll flavor the vegetables that are usually just put on raw and unseasoned. Pack all that up. It's like strategic getting it back there without taking everything else out of the fridge. I've gotten pretty good at it though. Boop. I'm just gonna put the half lime on top of that sauce for later. Okay, here's this, what we're using. Love that they're actually made in Thailand. And yeah, what does this say? Yeah, they say it was soak for 3 minutes, but it took about 6 minutes when I did these on Wednesday. So just leave yourself enough time so that you're not rushing to get the noodles softened while everything else is already good to go. And then a pot this size worked really good. Wasn't too overwhelming. Okay, once I get this filled, I think I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break here. We're over halfway. Now this is the easy part of stream. Because we're gonna use the mandolin on the veggies. Let that do all the hard work for us. We'll just pop that on a medium-low heat. Just start coming up. Okay guys, I'll be back in a moment. Don't go nowhere. I'm back. I made it. Look at how red my face is in here today. I'm not breaking down and plugging in the air conditioner though. Okay, nuoc sham done. We got our pot on for the rice noodles. Next, lettuce, cucumber, carrot. Grab our mandolin. There's a package at the door. I'll get it after. That's the nice thing of living at the end of a long hallway, is no one really comes down here. Oh shit, the paddy wagon's going across. Watch out. Ah! The carrots are flying everywhere. Watch out. Lettuce, cucumber. Do I want to show you all of the things I got? This is all the things I got. Is there 2 heads of lettuce in the bag? What the heck? This is so much food for $24. Oh wait, there's more. The mint. My produce was attacking me. I knew that would happen because I might have tried the carrots when I got home this morning. Because you always have to do that. I don't know if you're as obsessed with farm carrots as I am, but man, it's so good. So I got 2 pounds of cucumbers. The carrots were from the different farm, so that doesn't count. The tomatoes I already unpacked because that don't go in the fridge, and then I had 5 this morning already as well, because those are yummy with breakfast. And then this big old bag of mint. I know, I opened it up and then I just folded it over like that. And I was like, that's probably gonna open up later when you grab it. So one can probably say I can predict the future. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Gonna give a little turn around here. The just outside edge of the crust are starting to brown. We for sure need... Let's do 7 more minutes and that'll probably be great. So things that we don't need, or I wasn't planning, because I don't usually get them in the vermicelli bowl, is the peppers, but I just thought they looked so good. We'll put those back in a sec. Let's pick out some of our baby cucumbers. I go to the farmer's market. It's a 11-minute drive from the house for me. And I typically will just always go to the same farm stands because, yeah, I go on a 2-week rotation. So all of this will last me 2 weeks, and none of it ever goes moldy in the fridge in that time. Maybe the fresh herbs, that's like really pushing it for them. But everything else, I think we need 1 more cucumber. So I'm gonna prep a little bit of extra stuff for this week to eat. I saw there's a couple companies that do that, the CSA boxes. But it's a nice way for me to get out of the house and see some other humans. It's a nice place with nice humans rather than just the grocery store. Farmers markets are great, right? And then you're also just supporting them directly. And now, like, everyone just takes card. So you don't even have to worry about, like, how it was before when you always had to have cash. Yeah, we're gonna use most of this lettuce tomorrow for our steak salad, but let's take out a little bit. And the reason that I buy the lettuce like this is because these plugs, you can just trim the roots where they're root bound. And I actually have 4 heads of lettuce. They're quite small because we've eaten them over the weeks, but I already have 4 lettuces growing just in the living room in a pot, which is like magical. Yours is still mostly cash. I think that there's a cheese person. There's pretty much everything that you could want there. I'm just gonna pick off the leaves from around the bottom for us to use and try to like not make too much of a mess here with the dirt. Some of the vendors rotate as well, right? Sometimes the different stalls have different people, but the couple farms that I always go to, they are always there year round. And like for me, doing it, paying with the card is really handy because then you get a receipt and like I can claim some of my food expenses for the stream, right? Because I pay taxes and stuff for it, which is pretty cool part of it. So that's really handy too. Because otherwise it's not like you would get a receipt really from the farmer's market. I think that will be good. Maybe let's do 1 more. You got a Canadian person in your town? She does a veggie stand? What kind of veggies does she do? Okay, we'll quickly put all this other stuff back, and we just need to take out a bit of the mint still. Peppers. Stuff some of this in the crisper now. Usually the cucumbers so they don't freeze. Yummy! Didn't get too messy, but we'll have to wash it up anyways. Carrot, lettuce, tomatoes, peppers, radish. So pretty typical. Mint is such a good herb to have around in the summer, too. It's good for savory stuff. It's good for sweet stuff. Holy. And it's also really easy to grow. So if you have space, grow it in a pot, and you'll basically have mint forever. Ooh, I will also take out this bag of herbs, because we're gonna make a scallion oil to dress the noodles. It's kind of a fancy Vietnamese bowl. Let's just get this all picked, and then we'll start processing everything. This is probably way more mint than I need, but sometimes I'll just cut up a bunch of it and then I'll sprinkle it in water, different things to use it up, because that's refreshing. Just peeking at our noodle pot back there, see if it's coming up. Nothing yet. Don't forget the little baby tops of the mint. Actually where it tastes the best, I think. Okay, next one, I'm gonna wash up this lettuce first, because that's mostly the messy thing that we have on the board. Guys, veggies grow in dirt, did you know? It's so hot out today, you know, when the air kind of looks hazy and dusty. That's what we got right now. You knew that. You used to work on a farm. I was gonna say, I don't think we, as a general public, really appreciate the effort it takes to harvest and, like, get vegetables and different ingredients ready for consumption. Okay, I can hear some spilling in here. That means that the pies are... Woo, baby! There is some bubbling coming out of those vents. They are almost done. I'm thinking another 5, and that's gonna be perfect. Hank59, thanks for the follow. I think you're someone that got a gifted sub from Annie today. Okay, put that to this side and we'll let it kind of drain. And then let's just get a little container to put all of this into as we process it. Probably 2 we'll need. It's taken longer than I expected. Let's just say that, Annie. It's taken much longer. Like, what minute are we on? Almost close to 40, I think. Some of these carrots aren't super nice. I'm just gonna trim off, or maybe even just try to wash off, because the skin is quite thin still. They're just baby carrots. The dark spots. Yeah, that works. but we will definitely trim the little ends off before we julienne it. You used to help fence the boundaries with your cousin. That's a job too. I remember like how blown my mind was when we did the lines in the field for planting the rows. And like this farm was not small. Probably like, oh man, the lines that we ran were probably like 300 meters. And that's so you keep all of the rows straight. So things like potatoes and stuff, when you use the tractor to harvest them, that you can just drive straight, right? It's not gonna get all messed up. There's so many little things that we don't think of. That as well. I usually don't trim like the top end because that's where we're holding on to the veggie on the mandolin. Like a little built-in handle, but I will trim the one end that we start with. Pell was allowed back in Grub Truck last night. I'm glad. Just a, what, 1-day ban? Sometimes we all need that. Chiggity, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay, 2 minutes on the pie. Let's start with the carrots first. I find they're not quite as messy as the cucumber. Do you see how I have this really thin julienne blade on the mandolin? So it's going to slice, or it's going to cut as we slice, I guess makes the most sense. Oh, you only got a time. Oh, that's not as bad. And then angle it so you get a bit of length, so it's not really small pieces, right? Do a couple swipes and show you what we get. Beautiful. Thanks for your services, mandolin. Sometimes you get that. You just eat it. This is easier probably with bigger cucumber, but I really like the flavor of these small ones. And I will save this, because like the stem is basically non-existent, that I'll just eat all of that. The little skin from the Persian cucumber. It's okay. It's still quicker than trying to do it all by hand. Look at that. Even when it's small, it looks good. She panicked after she banned you? Was it like a joking ban? Okay, last one. Oh wait, the timer's going off, so I'm gonna check on the pies first. I'm just gonna leave on this cut glove. It's not really dirty or anything. They look scary. It's like a volcano, guys. Do you think we gotta cook the filling more? I'll show you. Whoa, it smells good though. Telltale sign for me usually is when it's bubbling out the top and through the center, it's like cooked. Especially if your pastry is looking the right color. They're just breathing. It's just breathing, Kate. It's okay. I think maybe 5 more minutes still, and we'll call it a time. It's a massacre of types. Okay, I gotta move this over because it's piling up so far. I think we can go a little bit darker on the crust, and that way we know that the bottom is not going to be soggy. Because here in this stream, there's no soggy bottoms allowed. Okay, grab a bench scraper to scoop this all up. Easier. That's one of the best parts of the pie. But we don't want it like weirdly soggy. I get how the fruit juices will kind of macerate it as it bakes. But it still has to hold together in my mind. If you want that perfect piece of pie. Paul Hollywood. I mean, I don't know him, and he doesn't know me, I don't think. We're gonna carry on. How to dodge a question or a statement. I don't know him, and he doesn't know me. Ah! Don't get scared. It's okay. That's why we have the cut glove on. The smaller carrots are definitely easier to do than the bigger carrots. That solves it, right? That's a great way to go about it. You used to get vape juice that tasted like soggy bottom of an apple pie. What the heck? That is why that stuff is insanely addicting. Sam says up at the mine, they have, I don't know if you guys have seen like the really big kind of sour cream buckets. What would they be? Maybe 4 liters? But by like the garbage and recycling and stuff, about every single day, they are emptying that bucket full of vapes. He's like, it's actually disgusting. Like, how do you have that much time to just stand around and smoke all day? And that can't be good for you. Habitual addiction, for sure. It's not even about what you're consuming. Mom, you know him? You don't trust a chef that smokes. I honestly never have in my life. I'm like, ugh. Probably, if I averaged out all of the people I've worked with over the years in the kitchen, like 70% or more smoked. I was like, how can you even taste the food? That's a whole can of worms to open up. Okay, we can just cover that and put it in the fridge so it all stays nice and crisp. But that's how easy the mandolin makes that job. Think about if I tried to matchstick all of that with my knife. I don't want to take the time to do that today. Okay, we can get rid of... Actually, no, I won't get rid of it. I'm just gonna always rinse this right after we use it so this stuff doesn't get stuck and dried on into the blades. Oh gosh. The thing let itself out. Alright. That's why we didn't take the cut glove off, I suppose. Attack of the mandolin! No injuries, don't worry. We'll put that blade over by the pizza cutter. The sharp's bin. Okay, next one, we will just chop up our lettuce. It's usually just shredded lettuce. Most of the time, I think it's just iceberg. The cheapest water fiber you can buy. I'm gonna shake off some water. Stuxoid! Thank you so much. for 3 months in a row together with the Prime Gaming sub. I love that. I'm glad I can inspire you to be better with food, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day or night, wherever you are. Yes, exactly, Pell. Shreddis. I'm just gonna finish stacking these, and then we'll take the pies out of the oven. And then we want to pick out any of the sad-looking pieces before we shred it. Browned bits. Bruised pieces. It is butter lettuce. Because I already have like a curly, kind of variegated colored lettuce that I'm growing. So I thought this would be a good one to add with everything else. One of my faves. It's nice and green, but it still has that crunch. Can hold up to stuff. Alright, I think we can finally get this oven off. Oh my god! And this is why, I mean, number 1, we didn't put all the liquid in. Number 2, why we bake our pies on a sheet pan. Ah! Even though to me that looks amazingly delicious. Like, where's this one? Can you smell it, guys? Those are gonna be so good. Completed. A labor of love, for sure. Yeah, it's whispering sweet nothings. The little gem lettuce. I think that's what I already have growing. Okay, so I am going to first rinse off my knife. And then we're just going to actually cut this in half so the pieces aren't super long of the lettuce. Stack it back up that way and then cut back across. Nice thin pieces. Thought I seen a little black piece, but it wasn't. I was like, how did I miss a piece of dirt? That's gonna be so yummy mixed in with the noodles. Next one's... that one's really small. I think that's the only one that we won't cut in half. The lid on the pot is making noises. That's usually when it's close. Let me scoop this up. Right, usually when the glass lid starts making noise, you know it's close to boiling. Stack up our mint leaves, like the best that you can. I wouldn't worry or stress too much about it. We'll slice through that. I'm going to turn on just our hood vent a bit here on this side, just to start exhausting a bit of this heat out of here. It is nice now, though, that the oven's off. Sneaky lettuce. Get that in the container, and then that can just live in the fridge for now. All right, next we're gonna do our scallion oil for dressing the noodles. And then we just have the peanuts to chop up after that. And then cook the noodles and the chicken. We are almost there. Get out a small pot for the scallion oil. Or green onion, however you know the name by. Also a good way to use up your green onions if they're not looking the best, because I know this big one in here is being weird. Now we can restart a new herb bag. Did a good job using them up this weekend. This thing has like been growing itself in the fridge, I swear. It's like twice as long as from when I bought it. Trim that. We'll trim this weird stuff from the top. And then I'm gonna go in half again since it is so long. These are from the green onions that I'm growing with the lettuce in the pot. You can see how small they are compared to the other one. It still works though. Okay, I'm gonna try and cut this all together. And then we just do thin slices. And then we'll just steep this in a little bit of peanut oil. I think will taste the best as a neutral flavor compared to olive oil. Because they don't really use olive oil in Asian food, guys. Not a thing. And yeah, this is something I discovered from our local Vietnamese spot where I would often order a vermicelli bowl. And I was like, wow, that is good. And a great way to keep the noodles from sticking together. You were already wondering about that big ass onion. You guys remember everything. I can't get nothing by you, hey? Okay, I'm gonna bring a couple of things back and I will return with the oil. And then you really just need a couple tablespoons for each batch of noodles, maybe 1 tablespoon per batch. So I usually just put enough oil until the bottom of the pot is covered. Because as it cooks, they will kind of shrink down into there as they get soft. So don't worry too much about trying to submerge it. All right, we'll put that on a medium heat over here to get started. Stovepots, get in there, or a stovetop. I'll back up this view for us because that's probably what we'll need later. Nice, okay, so this actually just came up, so now we can just turn it off because we are so close to using it with the noodles. We're just waiting on making this. We will chop our peanuts and then I think get into starting to cook everything. Maybe I'll turn on the cast iron pan to start heating up. Yeah, the green onion, they do look lonely when you don't use them. I'll do a medium heat on that. And we are filled up. Okay. It will only take us a moment or two to chop this. I'll just put it in a small container. And yeah, I didn't get salted peanuts, but I did get just roasted. So they did the hard work for us already. Because that is important for making them taste good. Seriously, my favorite part. Sometimes I ask for extra even. And then the other thing, if I buy nuts and stuff in bulk, I always just take one out of the bag before I commit to filling it. Just to taste it, to make sure it's not rancid. Because sometimes that could happen. So before you think you bought perfect peanuts, just have a little taste. It's not like you're having like a huge handful and not paying for what you eat, but I don't see a problem with tasting it first. It's like sometimes how people will like have a grape before you buy the entire bag. And I don't go too finely chopped with the peanuts. Yeah, just eat the entire bag as you're shopping through the store. Have like 5 grapes left. Yes, I would also like to pay for this. It's already been consumed. Sometimes you see parents doing that with their kids, right? Just to keep them behaved as they're doing their shopping. They'll give them a juice or a yogurt or something. I mean, you're gonna pay for all of it anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, I think that looks good. Don't go nuts on the nuts. That's the rule, pal. You know it. Okay, I can hear, but also smell things happening over there. The onions are bubbling. They're sizzling up. I'm just gonna give this a little swirl. And then we're not trying to actually brown this. So I'm gonna turn this like way down to low heat. We're just trying to infuse a bit of the green onion flavor into the oil for a couple minutes. But we want to keep them nice and green still. So it looks really good when you toss it with the noodles. All right. Success. Yeah, unless you're making peanut butter, which I actually have on my list. I got a hankering for it again, so it's time to buy it. Right, just wiping this up and then we're ready for plating. Send you guys over here. Almond butter, ground nut inferior, tree nut superior. I'm trying to think if I've ever done homemade almond butter in the Vitamix. I don't think so though, but we used to just buy peanuts and make our own peanut butter. Alright guys, this is where I'm gonna stop with our green onion oil. Like I said, we don't want it browned, but just cooking them a bit in the oil, infuse it with flavor. So then the other thing I'll set up over by the noodle station all together is just a bowl and then a pair of tongs so that you can scoop the noodles out and dress them. Let's move this up and over. Our pies. How are the kids like still going upstairs, guys? Since like 8 in the morning. We're almost at like 8 hours of that. This is the 7th hour. Like maybe take them outside or something. Man, I would get a talking to. Yeah, I do like that. I've seen maybe at Costco. Maybe at Costco. You can do the ground nuts as well as the coffee beans. We'll get a pretty big bowl to toss this just so we don't do any splashing. We'll do the long tongs for the grill pan because, yeah, the chicken can spit back a little at you. So don't let that happen. And the only other one thing I'm going to do is just a little quick spray of non-stick. And then we're safe. Use the coffee grinder. Yeah, put your nuts through. What a mess. Would you like some coffee flavored peanut butter? That's one way, I guess, to wake up in the morning. Done. Okay, so obviously when we put the chicken in, our hands are gonna get a little bit messy. I'm gonna put this bag on just a plate. I'm scared I might touch the burner or something and it might melt and make a hole. And we have a safe surface to work on. Because we don't want to be like dripping the marinade all over. And then I did say yesterday as well, so there's just a little bit of soy sauce in the marinade for seasoning, but we'll do some salt and pepper. And then try and lay it across so you get nice grill marks. And it doesn't get too stuck when you do it this way too. Like in between the grill slits. And then there's also oil in the marinade, so it shouldn't stick too much on you either. Just be really confident of where you first lay the chicken down, because you're not going to be able to flip it very quickly. You gotta get that sear. Let me find one more smaller chunk here to fill in this little gap on the edge. And I flip this over. Thank you. There. And that way we don't overcrowd the pan either, and we just have one more round. Germany won, Annie. Sweet. It's for the Euro. If we're in Europe, we call it football. In North America, we call it soccer. This is so good, Michael. Dry off your hands so that you can season, and then we'll get the first batch of noodles into the water. This is grilling up really nice. And it's pretty easy to use this pan because you can like clearly see how cooked the chicken is as it's coming along. You see that line. So it's really easy to know when to flip it over. For sure get some pepper on there. And yeah, if you get this from a Vietnamese restaurant, they will usually grill their chicken like this over a charbroiler. So you get some really nice, like, crispy, fatty pieces. Cutting open our noodle bag. It smells nummy. Wilson can smell it. Whoa, this noodle bag's different than the other one I had this week. This one has like 3 pieces. Our hot water. I know you guys can't really see. Do you want me to open this up? There. See what I'm doing on the side over here. So now you just take this whole piece of rice noodle, dunk it in. That'll probably be enough for us to start with, and then I'll just do another one after stream for my little bit of meal prep for myself. And so we got the bowl with tongs here, and then I just kind of swish it around, lift it up with the tongs, and start breaking it up as it softens. Let's check on this chicken. Some of it looks like it might be ready to flip. And yeah, it's gonna feel like the noodles are not gonna soften up at all. But then magically, it just kind of happens. So we put the first pieces on over here on this side. Well, that didn't get browned at all. I mean, the burner's mostly there. I can see some browning over there. Nice. At least that one got some color. It's just like steaming up on this side. Well, we know which ones to use for the photo. And yeah, if it can easily lift up off of the pan like that, you're good to go. But we don't want to be tearing the meat as we lift it. Like that. See what I'm kind of showing you? It gets a little bit stuck. So just watch. That would be a couple more moments. Come back here. Okay, now we're getting some softening up of our vermicelli. So these are the really fine rice stick noodles. You can get much wider ones, but this is typically what you will find in this dish. And then while we're waiting, I'm gonna get, I don't even know what I'm gonna like plate this in. We'll go the big ramen bowl, because you always need a lot of surface area. Like, these are not small portions. I so miss the glass top, man. But I am gonna say I'm pretty spoiled getting to use the gas stove at my client's house. I don't love their oven, I will say. It's a KitchenAid oven that's a convect. But I honestly find that it is like cool how it bakes. And then it doesn't keep the temp very good. Like, I'll set it to 400, put stuff in the oven, and it will just basically bake at 360 the whole time. It's like, hello? Anyone? So like everything always takes longer than it should. But I'm starting to learn it after the couple weeks now. The stovetop is good though. Other than I think they're one like big burner in the middle because they have 5 burners. It doesn't work. Or just the pilots out. Okay, these actually might be done. So usually I'll just take out a little bit of the noodle like this and try it. You know how much I love KitchenAid. There's a few things they make good. Mostly in the past though. Okay, those noodles need like maybe 2 more minutes and that will be perfect. How's this? Give them a little poke. Those are getting there. So what I usually do if I'm going to do another batch is just pop those on a cutting board because we're going to slice them anyways. Get that ready. And that is why we prepped everything else for this dish ahead of time. So I'm going to take out the veggies again and the sauce and get ready. Who has had this dish before? Excuse me, whether you made it yourself or had it made by someone else. Pack up this little bit of extra veg on the side. Clear the area. It's almost time. We've done good today though. We'll still have all of this done in like a 4-hour sequence. The lemongrass chicken or even just the Vietnamese vermicelli bowl Because you can get it with pork, beef. They do this really nummy, like, garlic sausage. Okay, let's see if I can move this. Yeah, because that's nice and brown. Maybe we can get some color on this one piece. Do a little switcheroo. Yeah, because that's actually not even cooked yet. The KitchenAid, the stand mixers are still solid, but can't say much for the other products for sure. This is quite similar to Thai lettuce wraps. Really? You guys have not had that? So for sure in Canada then, hey? Like Asian food in general, it doesn't matter where you're from. China, Japan, Southeast Asia, anywhere like that is very popular. Compared to, I find like every time I go to the States, Mexican food is the one thing that you can always find. And that is not the case here. I'm going to start scooping these out so they don't get overcooked. They feel really good. And then the other thing that she says in the recipe for these noodles, if you don't want them to stick together after they're cooked, is to rinse them under cold water. I don't know how much that helps, but let me just try. I'll just kind of hold them under some cold water until they feel cool to the touch. That could be 1 or 2 portions, I guess, depending on how much noodles you like to eat. But yeah, here in Canada, like that actually kind of blows my mind that you guys don't eat this, because I have been eating this for a long time in my life. And it's never really chain restaurant, these spots. It's always just mom and pop, and it's so good, and everyone kind of does their own variation. I'm sure it's the same with Mexican food too. Some of the cheaper meals that you can get in the city as well. Like my $21 Vietnamese dish that I usually get delivered to the house has like shrimp, beef, pork, chicken, and sausage. So it's called, I think, the King's Bowl. So it has all of the meats. And then that's like 2 meals though for me. So that basically equals out to $10 a meal. Hard to beat. Okay, we're getting some action here on the browning side of things. If you're unsure about how things are cooking, I'm pretty sure these are all good. This one's quite thick. But we can always just double check with our thermometer. Do the thickest one. We're looking for, like, I would say 155 or higher. So pretty much there on all of them. Awesome. That's what I'm saying. Like, by the time the noodles soften and they're dressed and ready to go, the chicken is pretty much good too. Let's get a spoon for the scallion oil. You guys can see if I put it here, right? For dressing the noodles. So see how they kind of shriveled up now in the oil and softened? So now take a spoon of that, drizzle it over. We don't need any salt for this because there's enough in the noix cham sauce. And then you just give that a little toss, basically like what you do with pasta so it doesn't stick together. I'm flinging noodles onto the grill pan. Like, if you want more, you can put more, but that straight up just smells like yummy green onion. And obviously, if you see it sticking, you can put more. Okay, I'm gonna set up my little station for plating over here, because this is gonna make a phenomenal video. And we are there, guys. Hello, Black Fox. I remember you. How are you? Mish. Mish with the 5 bits times 2. What is that about? Still. Is it a Twitch thing, Annie? It's okay, Mish. I know that you are busy watching footy. You're not feeling well? Oh no. Please hang in there. I hope that whatever you're battling, you get to deal with soon. Let's go right on this. Gotta go a little bit more. Hello. Now I'm gonna start taking this off. Yum. Who's gonna know that it's not charbroiled? And this is also the nice thing about using chicken thighs. They're quite forgiving. They're quite forgiving. See, you can get some good color on there without it getting dried out at all, but look at how hot this is. So we're gonna let that rest right now while I load up the pan with the last couple pieces because it's smoky. Don't let it smoke. I think I only have 4 more pieces, so try and keep it near the center. And that is also why we don't use the chicken with the skin on, because you think this is smoky. Oh my goodness, you can almost burn your house down if you had the fat still on there. I'm not making that up. Especially also if you tried to put that on the barbecue, the flare-ups, you'd light a fire in your grill almost. Okay, let me wash up. I don't know what it's doing, Niche. Guys, don't do bits, because I don't know what's happening. I do see that tasty nub that I'm going to sneak off, Bonk. That's the little tester piece. Okay, quick season. I can turn this fan down now again. And then it's time, my people. I might do a little bit more of the green onion oil on the noodles. I'll see how sticky they are in a second. Because it might have soaked it up already. But I actually love these pans. If you're not able to have a grill where you live, these work so good. You guys know I love my cast iron. Okay, we're gonna let those finish and then we're gonna come over here. All together now. The board's kind of jumbled, but don't worry. We're gonna make it. You missed it? All I did, Annie, was slice the green onion and we cooked it for maybe 3 to 5 minutes on low heat in the oil, just until they started to look softened. Porchetta on the grill and pasta salad. Mish. How good was all of that? Hello, is your name pronounced Yannick? Because I feel like it is. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, friend. Welcome to the kitchen crew. Okay, stove cam is gone. It was good, Mish. What type of pasta salad did you make? I didn't ask that part. Bonk, call her out. Okay, I'm just gonna do a flip on this chicken over here that we put on. And then I can basically just turn that pan off and the residual heat will finish cooking. And that way I don't have to think about it. Come on. Sometimes it wants to try and stick. Got it. All right. Completed. All we need is my knife. There was feta in the salad. Phew. You're able to buy half a grocery store there and throw it in the salad? I didn't know. This is new to me. Okay, we're gonna start by slicing all the chicken up. That's usually how it's served, is we're just gonna turn it this way. Nice little bite-sized pieces. And whoa-ho-ho. You gotta come closer as I cut this, I think. Not dry at all. Like I said, I was seriously like drooling when I made this for my clients on Wednesday. I was like, I have to make this weekend. It was too much. The lemongrass flavor is really nice. It's not overpowering, but you know it's there. And yeah, the paste worked really good because you don't have those chewy, woody lemongrass pieces. It's all nice and soft. This one's just flying apart. I think it's a bit juicy, guys. Oops. Now that's meal prep for the week. Wow. Wowie wow. Yeah, you might have to make sure it passes inspection, hey? Show this camera. Show you guys how it looks close up. For sure. Yeah, I loaded up the veggies for my clients. I prepped them 2 extra bowls of these in the fridge and then like a huge container of all the extra veggies so they can just make a salad from it to use up. Set them up for the week. I love doing that. Okay, how's this looking? Way out of focus, so I'm gonna go a little bit back out. Awesome. Okay, that looks good for you guys too. Pretty good at least. We'll slide all this over here. Easier to have it all opened up and ready to plate. Always think of like how your Subway sandwich station is. Ready to grab in all the containers. Because once you start, you don't really want to stop what you're doing. And then the other thing I did just with the sauce was just kind of spooned it over. A lot of places, if you get this, will serve it in a container on the side so you can pour it on yourself. Since some of you have never had this before. It even smells more balanced now that we let it sit. Sweet. Just our spoon and then we're good. Do a big spoon for this sauce. Meal prep was something dieting and working out introduced you to that you actually enjoy. It's so helpful, I find. If you're someone that hates coming home and like figuring out what you should cook, I find it's really quite helpful. Plus, like all the cooking that I do for myself and other people, it's nice to just have things to come home at 7 and eat. Okay, base of this is our noodles. Woohoo! They did not stick together, so that's why we made the scallion oil. And then you can even drizzle more over top, right? If you wanted more of that flavor. You kind of spread that out. And now I basically already have another portion ready. And then we go with all of our veggies next. So usually the lettuce is kind of underneath everything. But I like to actually plate this in like separate components. Is always nice. Play around with the colors. Lettuce, carrot, cucumber is the typical ingredients that they do here. And then we can come in with our chicken next. Do a pile of that. Some of the nice like charred brown bitties on top. Crispy bits. That looks good. Okay, next I'm gonna come in with the mint and put that just in this little area on the side by the cucumber to mix in. And mint is quite strong, right? So you don't have to go crazy with it. Before we sauce, we'll just do a sprinkle of the peanuts. Usually it just goes right in the middle. Put as much or as little as you want. I really like the crunch and the nutty flavor, so I put a lot. And then lastly, the sauce. Can we buy frozen rhubarb year-round at the stores? It might just depend on the store. I know I've seen it in the past, but I have not seen it recently. So I don't know what that means. Just trying to gauge usually how much sauce they give in the cup. It's quite a bit. You'd be surprised how much we can put on there. That's it, guys. We did it. We got everything on there. Show this off. Yum, you wouldn't even know there's noodles under there. I'm just gonna take a quick photo and then we're free to taste. So fresh and healthy. Like after being heated up in here all day cooking, now I have something that's gonna cool me back off. And is really easy to digest too, right? So you're not just sitting there after like, oh God, I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. And if you have this for lunch, for sure pair it with a Vietnamese coffee if you're into that kind of stuff. And then as well, I guess I should say at the table, if you go out for Vietnamese food, you'll always have like a little condiment station, kind of same as if you go to Thailand, of chili oil that they make, sambal chili paste, and then more peanuts usually if you want extra. Oh yeah, show the pies again? Okay. Let's try and maybe we can bring both things in here together. Try and sneak this bowl down here. Should I maybe switch them onto a different pan? Because it looks insanely messy. Or is that all part of the fun? I think it's all part of the fun. Because, like, this is the reality of what's gonna happen. We can't pretend like it doesn't. Oh yeah, some places do the pickled chilies. It shows they are real, right? It shows it's real, and it was probably made with fresh fruit, because that's why it's so juicy. But, oh, that's like strawberry gel, strawberry fruit roll-up. Don't look at the pies yet. I really want to eat one. Okay, let's try this. Stir it up. We might have not put enough of the nuoc sham sauce, but it really also helps the noodles not stick together either. And I usually just stir it all up like this to get it all nicely dressed and coated. Oh, and the other condiment that some people put on their vermicelli bowls that's in this station is, did I say hoisin? It's usually a bottle of hoisin sauce, mostly for the pho soups, the noodle soups, but some people load it up in this too. That's exactly pretty much it, Michael. It's like the cold version of pho. Get some nudes. Might be easier for me to actually eat this with chopsticks instead of a fork. A lot of times you'll have to ask for a fork because you don't have access to that. Okay, first bite. Mmm. That is pretty dang close to what they make. I'm gonna do more of the sauce because I think it needs a bit more of like salty and flavor just for the noodles. But the chicken, wow. That is so, so good. Very, very flavorful. It would be quite boring without the chicken and the way that we marinated it. Load it up. A crispy, crunchy fried garlic or shallot, also very good. That would contrast the crunchy peanuts really good, right? But yeah, strongly urge you guys to try this if you never have, which is surprising. And yes, it's a bit messy. Maybe it is a good first date food. It shows your commitment and not being scared to eat in front of other people. That's better. Mmm. A little refreshing mint bite as well. This is an Indian food, Mish. This is Vietnamese food, so we would eat with chopsticks, and it's honestly easier. Like, there's a reason they eat their food with chopsticks. Do we have any in here? Yes. You're able to, like, scoop the noodles and everything, right? Like, I usually just grab a piece of chicken, scoop the noodles, slurp it up. You would top it with feta. Mm. Hi, Bob. Bob just says no. Yes, right? Take a date to Southeast Asian restaurant, because what would they order? Are they gonna play it safe and just get like green onion cakes and spring rolls? Are they gonna get something insanely spicy and like impress you, right? I love that. Annie, you need to get some good quality plates and bowls. I actually think these two ramen bowls Sam found off of Amazon. But then, yeah, the rest of the things that we have been like acquired over the years. I don't have very many matching plates. Very small amount of plates and bowls, but all of the ones that I do have, I really like and use all the time. So I don't see a reason for getting like an 8-person set of cutlery and stuff like that, because I don't often entertain that many people. So it could also be fun. Like I see people do thrift shopping for really unique plateware and bowls and stuff like that. And then over time you build this really nice collection that all kind of matches still. Reed from Austin, Texas. I was told by Vietnamese waitress, white guys like number 10. That's a number 10, your all-time favorite. Yeah, what was mine? From the one place on the island we always got, because we would like grab it on the way home from working on the houses, renovating all day, and like painting and doing drywall and stuff. So we'd always phone when we're like 10 minutes away. My order was 6C because I always loved the lemongrass chicken. And then I think Sam's was 6A because he likes the pork instead. It's funny because, yeah, you could just order with the letter and number rather than saying what it is. Yeah, that's the numbers that they put on the menu. It's okay. Did you see me on stream yesterday, Annie? Like, everything was just going over my head. Lauren, you gotta clean your fridge. It is the thing that we hate to do. Like, I also want to do the same, like do the outside, maybe do some of the cabinets. But when we do it, it feels nice. And it's not like we have to do it every week. Unless I guess you're a really messy human in the kitchen, then for sure please clean it every week. You're in bed, Albert left you, he would rather sleep with Kim's mom. The truth always comes out. You can't deny it, I'm sorry. Okay. Excuse me, Belcher approved for the chef. Thank you. Right, I don't want to take all this stuff out. Ugh. It's mostly just like my veggie bins. I have to like take some of the little pieces, shrapnel that has fallen off over the last little bit. But other than that, I try to keep the shelves and stuff pretty nice. Okay, we do have to come back here though. I said what I said and I meant it. Okay, where's this really ugly looking one? I'm gonna put it on a plate. We're getting messy with it, because the pie has definitely not cooled for an hour. But I need it in my life. You always clean the fridge one drawer at a time. That is smart too. Because a lot of the times, it's not like you can fit the drawer in the dishwasher, so it's all done by hand. I'm just tasting and seeing the stuff that baked on the pan. I wanted to show you guys. Like, look at that. Just straight up. So that's what we kept in the bowl that I'm gonna slowly cook. I think I'll use my Le Creuset, my enamel pot. It's got a really nice thick bottom. I have it just chilling up here. So that's all this stuff we saved from putting in the pie so it didn't get too watery, but we're not gonna throw it out. Thank you, Michael, for posting the screenshots. Come closer. I'm gonna use a spoon just in case it's super juicy, which I'm pretty sure it might be. And yeah, you can see, can you guys kind of see the gap under the crust? Like if I push it down, you can see how much the fruit cooked down. So imagine if we didn't overfill it, the crust would, like I say, implode on itself. And then it would look like half of your pie is empty. We don't want that. Lauren, I would laugh at your freezer. It's filled to the brim with food. I've been doing pretty good with mine, but there ain't much room. Okay, let's get into it. Cut a little piece of the pie with the spoon. Okay, I see the juices. Don't burn your face, right? We always have to think about the temperature here. That's gonna be a big bite. I might have to go in half first. Safety reasons. Yum, though. What, these have been out of the oven maybe half an hour, we can say? Literally so good. I love how tart it is. Because you guys know I don't like overly sweet desserts. Why? So that we can keep eating it and not get overwhelmed by all the sugar. The pastry is so nice and light and flaky. I'm sure you can kind of tell with how it's just cutting apart. Really, really good. The juice is for sure like soaked through the bottom crust. It tastes so good. So that would totally set up if we let it sit for longer, right? I don't think there's too much liquid at all. Scoop of ice cream? My gosh. I could easily eat that in one sitting, but I want to have like my lunch first with all of the veggies and proper food before we eat all of the sweet things. We always have to try it together. Like even just scooping this. It's like perfectly sour and sweet. Where like it doesn't get you in the back of the cheeks or anything like that, but it keeps making you want to eat it. Just some sweetened whipped cream. That is also always a good choice. I might whip some up actually tonight. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I would say that's a definitely successful stream. Very, very good things. And yeah, we're just at the 4-hour mark. Good job, everyone. We hung in there. We stuck it out. I'm not insanely hot anymore. We're cooling back off. Very happy with everything. So we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific making a ribeye steak salad. I'm so excited to cook these. Oh, like I really did some good picks on the ribeye. If you know, you know. But like when there's more rib cap than actual other part of the steak, that's gonna be melting in your mouth with the salad. You're having that this week for dinner. You're doing surf and turf with your garden lettuce and peppers. Yum, Scoots. What's your surf part of it? Is it shrimpies? Okay, I'm gonna see who we're gonna go raid. If anyone has suggestions, let me know. Did you guys enjoy, excuse me, the food truck yesterday? I didn't stick around long because Samo usually wakes up around this time, so I like to chat with him before he goes and gets busy at work for the night. Thanks, Kimmers, for being here start to finish. What we got? We got friends on. What's happening here? Oh, nice. Chef Nagin is in TwitchCon Europe. They're doing a streamer party. I'm not feeling anything too nuts like that. So I'm gonna browse over the food and drink section. Can we find someone new today? That's always fun. No, there's not actually a ton of people. Do we like Chaotic Good Mage? I feel like we usually raid him once a week. But I like his chill vibes. Stardew Valley and Dragons? Okay. Mitch Love? What did I miss here? Do I know the YouTuber Merle O'Neil? She is live. What does she do, Lauren? What does she do? I will go raid her. You won't be occupied by a football match tomorrow, and it'll be a pretty quick and easy stream as well for a Sunday. We did 2 long ones already. Yesterday and today, we're already at 8 hours together. Reviews vegan recipes mostly. She worked for BuzzFeed before they went crazy. I think Lauren's saying she's live on Twitch. I typed in Chaotic Good Mage. She's playing Stardew Valley, so we are still doing Stardew Valley stuff. Okay. I'm hitting the button. I think we're ready. We gotta go at some point. Guys! Thanks for being here today. If you resubbed, Annie, thank you for all of the 10 gift subs, you crazy wazy. Thanks, Twitch for the double bits today. Shout out to Twitch. And definitely keep me updated if they're actually double charging you, because we should talk to somebody about that. If you're new here, welcome in. Don't forget to join our Discord. That's where we post all of our recipes and hang out when we're not here all together. Okay, guys. Love y'all. I hope you have a good rest of the day or night. Misha's already into the next day in the future. Please don't spoil it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Love ya. Bye.